Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Apologies for the delay in starting after time, but we should be starting very, very shortly. I'm just going to quickly invite the choir to please come in front. They will lead us in a musical item. They will sing two songs, and then I'm just going to request that when they start singing the national anthem, that we all please stand for the singing of the national anthem, which will be the second song that they will be singing. So they'll start now with their own song or preferred choice of musical item that they will be singing now, which will then be followed by the national anthem of the Republic. And when that happens, it means basically we are officially starting with the CPUT Men's program. So choir, I will hand over to you. A round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, for the choir once again. I think it's well noting that we have an all-male choir of the institution in the men's conference choir. I would have anticipated to see men only in this audience, since it's a men's conference, and we all know that women were gathered yesterday at the Cape Town Hotel School or Granger Bay campus for their own function, and no men were allowed. And then now we see them here. But anyway, you are welcome in our spaces. Regardless of you guys not welcoming us to your own spaces, you are welcomed here. Greetings to our VC, greetings to our DVCs, greetings to the executive management and executive staff of CPUT that is here, greetings to all staff members, students of CPUT that are here, special greetings to our guests as well that have honored the invite to be here, special greetings to our females, our ladies who are here as well, as we just concluded Women's Month. We are all gathered here for CPUT Men's Conference, and we think it's a very important thing and a great initiative that the department has done to initiate this project. And we hope that it will be an annual conference that will bring substance and change to CPUT, and ultimately to paint a picture of the ideal CPUT men that we'd love to see in our respective campuses. But I think above everything, as I was sharing with the VC, is we tend to gather in such spaces and we tend to speak about, the challenges that men face, but not only that, we tend to extend those discussions to issues such as gender-based violence and how men continue to perpetuate even within that sector. But the one sad thing is we speak about all these things on an annual basis, conference after conference, but we don't see any tangible change. And once again, I must applaud the department for leading this discussion, because ultimately it's now bringing that tangibleness and taking it from just a discussion into say, this is the reality. We've spoken about this, we've identified so many problems that exist within our respective campuses, but not only limiting it to CPUT, but also going outside of the institution as well, because we are all members of the society outside of CPUT borders. So whatever happens in our respective societies, it does affect us in one way or another. So ultimately, towards the end and after this conference, when we have another installment, we will be able to point back and say, so many people were gathered in this auditorium, such was said, such was discussed, and this is the improvement that we've seen post that conference, so that when we come into the next conference, we don't again speak on the same matters that we'll be discussing today, and the stats will not be as shocking as it is right now. But I'm not doing the welcoming. We have our Vice Chancellor. Abanye, I saw some people are still calling him Dr. Nhlapo. He's no longer doctor. He's now Prof. Nhlapo. Our Prof, if I can just briefly state some of his qualifications. He holds a BSc in Chemistry and Mathematics from the University of the Free State, a BSc Honors in Chemistry from the University of the Free State as well, Masters in Science in Chemistry from the University of Limpopo, and he holds a PhD in Chemistry as well from the University of the Northwest. He also holds an HED from the University of the Free State, so he is a well-seasoned scholar and an academic, hence, ultimately the professor title upon him. Ladies and gentlemen, if we could all please welcome our VC, Prof. Nhlapo, who will be setting a tone and who will be stating why we are all here and officially welcoming you guys above everything else that I've said. If we can please welcome him with a round of applause.
Thank you so very much, Program Director, for the very kind introduction. I must say that I was moved by the CPUT Men's Choir. You are doing well, and Maestro, well done, the conductor. I was watching you carefully. that you are doing exactly what we want at this institution. Ladies and gentlemen, my task this morning, it's very easy, is to welcome all of you to this very important conference, Men's Conference. Before we go anywhere, can I request that we have a moment of silence for the men and women who lost their lives tragically in Johannesburg fire disaster yesterday. Just a minute or so. Thank you. Thank you very much. May their departed soul rest in peace. Winston Churchill, addressing the House of Commons in 1941, he said, I quote, "There is only one duty, only one safe course, and that is to try to be right and not to fear to do or say what you believe to be right. That is the only way to deserve and to win the confidence of our great people in these days of trouble." Close quote. Ladies and gentlemen, this quote is more apt, more relevant today than it was in 1941. Please underscore, in these days of trouble. Another author that I also like to quote before I start my welcoming address, it's a well-known author, Oriana Fallaci. She is actually known for being one of the very forward-thinking and thought leader, particularly in media. And of course, she used to be one person who was actually very astute when it comes to the interview space. And one well-known interview was that of Henry Kissinger. But I would like to quote her. She always said, there are 3 points of views to everything. There are 3 points of views to everything: mine, yours, and the truth. So we are gathered here this morning to say those 3-dimensional perspectives will always be there. And it's very important that you make your own choice. You can stick with yours, you can stick to the vice chancellors, or you can actually follow the truth, because the truth will be there. Even if you cannot say it, but a small voice in you will speak to you to say, but this is what the truth, this is what is actually calling you as a person to say, to do the right thing all the time. We are here to build each other as men and to tell each other the truth. Because our task is simple, is to pass the baton. Program Director, Ms. Nanto, with your gracious permission, let me stand on the protocol that you have just established. And firstly, greetings to all progressive men and women here present. Molweni mawethu. Ninjani? Akukho nto? Ni right? Thank you very much. Goeiemôre dames en here. Hoe gaan dit? Dis baie goed. Kom laat ek sê dames en here, baie dankie vir hierdie ongelooflike geleentheid om enkele gedagtes met u te wissel. Dit is vir my 'n groot voorreg. Honorable guests, ladies and gentlemen, it is a great pleasure to be with you this morning to celebrate Men's Conference, aptly themed, Shaping Our Lived Experiences to redefine our role as men in society, the objective of which are to address the social norms in the men's society, to promote men's development through mentorship, and to equip CPUT men with different tools on how to handle the social norms, and to acknowledge men who have been making a difference. And of course, make a proposition of a CPUT Men's Charter or Men's Forum. The fundamental aim is to promote men's health and their development through active participation in campus campaigns and initiatives geared towards fostering continuous engagement conducted in the various campuses. Way back in 2018, we saw the launch of He for She campaign, which was to promote gender equality and made emphasis to the call upon men to take the pledge to form part of the movement which was to advocate for gender equality and women empowerment. As men, we participate as allies within that movement. And the key question that was asked by the program director earlier on is that we cannot continue to have conferences after conferences, symposiums after symposium, and there are no changes. We have to see those particular changes. But the change starts with you. You must play your small part and do your best. Elkien would say, "Plek doen," as I always say. We should be able to do small changes. If you aggregate those particular changes, the whole campus will change. As a vice chancellor, I don't take pride to suspend students, to dismiss or rusticate students because of things like this. Because we have taken a stand that we maintain zero tolerance against gender-based violence at CPUT. So we have to tell each other the truth as an institution where we are going. We acknowledge the CPUT men and pay respect to our elders past, present, and future. In our role as an institution, we always say we are creating futures. And we cannot create futures that are not based on fact. We cannot create futures that are not based on truth. But if we are to create futures, we must tell each other sometimes uncomfortable truth. And we'll be able to build the future that we're talking about. Our role here as guardian, we are in transition. Ours is to pass the baton. Because it's important, as I always say, what we are talking about today as the present, it will soon be the past. And what we are talking about as the future will also be the past. And it's important, as you always say, as the future ripens in the past, so the past can rot in the future. That's basically the idea. We must have high expectation for CPUT men. We must find common purpose as CPUT men. We must make things as men. We must recognize good things as men. We must also make things beautiful as men. And we must expand our network as CPUT men. As the Vice Chancellor and Principal, I cherish the memories of these great CPUT men, which are part of the tradition of this majestic institution. Men's Conference is a place where men gather to get inspired, to be equipped, to be challenged, and refreshed for the future. Please underscore that future. We truly believe that something significant happens when men gather. We truly believe that it is our task to see men grow in all areas of their life, to be all that God has called them to be. Let me quote from the Bible, and I quote from 1 Corinthians verse 16, Corinthians 16, verse 13, the First Corinthians. Be watchful, stand firm in the faith, act like men, be strong. Close quote. In my language, we always, when we talk about a conference like this, that it will not change, will not come from the Vice Chancellor, but it will actually come from you. And as we talk, we are helping each other to grow. That's why we talk about Monna utintswa tshia ke ba bang. I will not actually translate that because I may dilute it. Monna utintswa tshia ke ba bang. Ibile nonyana e ahela ka tshiba tsa e nngwe. Ha re ithuteng ka ba bang, le rona re ne re rute ba bang. That's very important. That's very important. This men's conference gives us exactly that, an opportunity to reflect, to cogitate on the road ahead. What remains to be done in our quest for gender equality, and how we might harness our collective energy, our collective effervescence, or joie de vivre, as they say in French. Our leading men must be unique and distinctive. Our collective investment in ourselves as men is critical. And we must set the standard. And this is a standard that we must all uphold. And as leaders of the institution, we'll be failing you if we don't take the perspective of truth. Recall Oriana Falati. It's your perspective, my perspective, and the truth. And as leaders, we must actually stand on the truth. If we don't, then we have a problem. People will start actually saying a fish rot from the head down. And if we have a fish rotting from the head, the only solution is to cut the head off. Because it's rotten. It's rotting from the head. Ladies and gentlemen, I recall vividly when we were launching this particular men's conference some years ago. And there were a number of students who just stood up and say, we wanted to make sure that CPUT become a model campus. And relatively speaking, compared to other institutions, I must say that I'm actually very proud. We also had some joke at the time to say, this case sometimes is fueled by a number of things. Those people, if you are not having confidence, there are men who will actually help. We talk. Bakhona abaqeqeshi bezinsizwa lapha eCPUT bakhona. Bayazi ukuqeqesha. Bazokuqeqesha ukuthi ukushela kanjani intombi. If awuyazi ukushela, bakhona abaqeqeshi bami lapha bazokuqeqesha. I, Sue Sponte, vividly remembered the great celebration we had when we launched the Amajita campaign, and one gentleman, Kolani, and the president of SRC at the time, Patindo Mqamase, we worked very hard, and we can actually start seeing the fruits of our labor. That when you look at the databases and the cases of gender-based violence and unwanted stereotypes, they've declined drastically, and we are happy about that. But we know that this is because of hard work, because nothing happened ex nihilo. As they say, ex nihilo nihil fit. Nothing comes out of nothing. Everything that we had is out of the investment that we have made, because we wanted people to change. Inguquko imele bekhona. And what we are talking about a change, which is very difficult. And as they say, any change followed a sigmoidal curve. It is hard at the beginning, it is very messy in the middle, and it's gorgeous at the end. It is in the middle where people got lost. Some people will revert back to the old ways, because old habits are very hard to die. But it's very important that you have to note, those who are chemists, they know the S-curve is a curve that moves this way and that. And the problem is here at the point of inflection. That's where things start happening. You either summon courage to go all over the plateau, or you go back. Any change is hard at the beginning, messy in the middle, but gorgeous at the end. It's like rain. We always say that pula ki mahlopa asenya is doing both good and bad. And the choice is ours, that we can actually choose the right way. And as we said, it's important that we are addicted to positive things and we do the right thing. And again, as I always say here, that we should not be addicted to distractions. There are things that distract us as universities. Sometimes we forget why we are here. But please note, an addiction to distraction is the death of creative production. If you are addicted to distraction, the whole production will go out of the window. It was a year we resolved to finish the unfinished business of gender equality on campus. And of course, when we speak about gender equality and promoting women's rights, we are not just talking about the interests of women. We are talking about the successes women fought for and made. We are talking about the improvements not only for women, but for our community. We are talking about the progress of women. We are talking about the progress of CPUT in addressing gender-based violence. We are a society in microcosm. Therefore, female students are still experiencing sexual harassment everywhere, and in higher education in particular. But we are saying no at CPUT. Women in decision-making roles are still the exception rather than the norm. And without a critical mass of female students in our central SRC, in our local SRC, in our faculty and faculty exco, women's voices are still absent from the major decision-making of this institution. I would like to end this presentation by quoting from one Mahatma Gandhi. And I quote, "Personally, I hold that a man who deliberately and intelligently takes a pledge and breaks it forfeits his manhood." Close quote. And I'm sure as men today, we would not like to forfeit our manhood. But if you break pledge, then you forfeit your manhood. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to CPUT, and I officially declare this men's conference open. Magwande kube kuhle, kube mandi, kube mhlophe, kukhanye njengesihlabathi solwandle. Enkosi mawethu, ndiyabulela.
Thank you very much to our VC. Without any wasting time, but just before we continue, ladies and gentlemen, just a few house rules. I know the VC has touched base on one, which is the tolerant for divergent point of views. It's creeping outside. But we are a racial country, and we have 11 official languages, so it's fine. Someone is saying, 12 with sign language. That means thank you in sign language. So we'll, just be flexible with the language, but we'll try to communicate in English so that everyone can be able to understand what we're saying. If we can please keep our phones on silent or on vibrate, and can we please, keep the noise minimal if there is someone who's speaking in front, so that when it's time for engagement, we can all be able to engage optimally. And we can hear what was said exactly in the way that, the person has said it. There might be times where things will be said which might be uncomfortable for some of us, but we'll just need to understand that we are in a space that seeks, like the VC said, to be honest as much as we possibly can, and that truth can be uncomfortable for someone else. And then shortly we will then continue with our messages of support. We will then have Mr. Thamsanqa Zondi, who is the Secretary General of the Central Student Representative Council, who will be followed by Mr. Danwa Trump from Amajita Men's Program, and Mr. Luto Khoneli, who is from the VC's He for She program that the VC also spoke about. I'll just humbly request that they will come up in order as they appear on the program. I believe we all have a program in front of us, right? Cool. Just before they come up, I just want us to briefly run through the program. So the program will have 5 sessions, and that means 5 sessions is going to be quite long. And as a result, we're going to be very strict on time. So if you are allocated 5 minutes, 2 minutes, a minute, 10 minutes, 20 minutes, please try your utmost best to stick to the time that you have been allocated. It is quite a long program, I think, as everyone has seen. And in those 5 sessions, there will also be moments which has been allocated for engagement, question and answer time period that will be. So in all those sessions, we will in this session have a very short session whereby we'll also have a keynote address. And in our second session, that's where there'll be a panel discussion. The 5 empty chairs you see in front, that's where the panel discussion will take place. Then afterwards, we will have a lunch break, and then we'll come back for our 4th session, which will also have its own engagement, followed by our last session for the day, which will be session 5, whereby there is apparently awards that will be given to some certain winners or to a certain individual, but we'll get there. We'll get to that point when we are there. So if you know you are nominated, or you are hoping and crossing fingers that you will also be one of the people who have won an award, stick around and you'll find out later on. I do know that the conference will be stretching quite a bit throughout the day, but let's please be patient. It will run through as much as possibly quickly as we can. So we'll now call upon Mr. Thamsanqa, who will be followed by Mr. Danwa, and then who will be followed by Mr. Luto Khoneli. I'll humbly request that those speakers, if you can please come to the front, and then as soon as the first speaker is done, then the second one will come up, and then once the second one is done, then the third one, Mr. Luto Khoneli, the last speaker, will then come out to give the message of support. Mr. Thamsanqa, over to you, Nopal.
What does one say after the VC? I guess the challenge is on me now. To the principal of the university, all the DVCs, I see Mamnokos is here, and the new deputy dean, we welcome you, sir. To all the SRC members here, my fellow colleagues, the students, and everyone at large, good morning. My name is Thamsanqa Zondi, the SG of Central SRC. I saw the VC quoting, and I realized that I'm not alone when it comes to having those orders that we follow and love. The problem is not men and masculinity, but it is wounded men with a distorted view of what masculinity is. Craig Wilkinson. Men are known to be hard nuts to crack, a species that bottles everything up because the society labels sensitive men as weak. The Men's Conference is organized to address the wounded views to provide young men with a proper view of masculinity. In so doing, we will have the greatest opportunity to address and deal with the challenges of gender-based violence. The SRC calls upon all men from all corners of the world, all structural leaders, church leaders, political leaders, not only to speak about the harsh realities of being a man, but most importantly, to create a space, an environment where men can learn from each other. Men have become monsters. Take, for example, whistling at a woman walking by, for example, is harassment. We speak of verbal and emotional abuse. The aim of such a conference is to change that. The need to be frank conversations about fatherhood, baby mama dramas, finances, parenting, girlfriend allowances, and many other different types of relationships. Upon completion of this conference, we must have a model of what a man is all about. The South Africa's higher education sector must foster a more dialogues on gender dynamics, GBV, and safe spaces. Changing the mindset of men and boys within the post-school education and training sector concerning GBV, for example, is a complex mission. Such dialogue should aim to engage men and boys in addressing the root causes of violence against women. There should be a commitment to shaping the societal attitude, perceptions, particularly those held by men, towards pressing issues of GBV and gender equality. I have to say that almost all institutions realize that they must respond in one way or another to cases of GBV. An analysis of policies of Assembly of Universities in South Africa reveals an emphasis on sexual harassment without demonstrating clear awareness of the inherent complexities within a social construction of violence or gender. In closing, management and SLCs, as we are outgoing SLC, we have to put this on the incoming SLC. Management and SLCs of the university need to review their policies and ensure that there are policies that seek to address GBV directly. Security personnel, these are the people that we'll stay with on campuses. And when you speak of issues of GBV, that's where everything happens. It starts there in our residences. Security personnel on campuses need to be conceptualized about GBV and be trained to support victims getting the incident reported and the perpetrators brought to book. I'm talking about the Book of Law. I have to say, however, that CPUT is on the right path. By delivering such programs and spaces, it means we are working towards the transformation and change. Ladies and gentlemen, I thank you all.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Starting with Vice, Mr. Professor Nhlapo, and also the deputies around in all their respective positions. My name is Denver Grump. I'm an ambassador in Amajita program, and also a peer educator, senior peer educator in Dixie's campus. Mr. Zondi have said a lot, but I'm gonna touch somewhere. I was so wish if I can see maybe mostly young blood in here, but it's fine. And also, I would like to thank a lot to the people that made this program available. I think we needed it as Amajita. And also, the one thing that I said maybe we needed it is that in the program, we don't have a lot of Amajita. And that's the issue to us. We have just few people in Amajita, and a lot of Amajita just tend to say, "Hi, and this is a condom." They don't know the benefits of this in terms of job experience, and also it teaches you how to be a man. It builds you as a man, as a young man from varsity. We must remember that now we're in varsity, when we are varsity students, but we're gonna go out to the community. If you are not well and prepared to be like a man here, what you're gonna do outside, you're gonna be the abuser and everything. So I would not like to go further because of the time. It's just that I would like to thank the people who made this program available. I think it will be vital to us peer educators and also the Amachita program. And so wishing that this can go further in the residencies where a lot of incident occurs in the residencies. Thank you so much.
Program Director, Mr. Lukuluma Ngonando, Vice Chancellor, Professor Ntlapo, DVCs, Prof. Balkaran, Dr. Pao. I also acknowledge Prof. Iswema, Umam Kuselo and Umam Nongosi, who are heading these departments that made us to be here. Kwinganga nentsibazayo, nomlisela nomthinjana wakowethu, dithi botani mawethu. Thank you very much for granting us this opportunity. And I'm here to speak on behalf of the Vice Chancellor's he for she ambassadors. I am Luto Khuneli, and I am an alumni and a graduate of this prestigious institution. We are gathered here in this men's conference, which is themed Shaping Our Lived Experiences to Redefine Our Role as Men in Society. We are hopeful that this conference will assist us to deal with a lot of issues, particularly social norms, which are hindering men's growth, transformation, and progress. When we speak of social norms, we speak as things such as gender equality, whereby as men we see ourselves as superior than women, and we see ourselves that we are the only ones that are worthy of occupying strategic positions in society in general. For instance, when I was still a student here, I was mostly involved in student politics. And when it came to our AGMs or deployment meetings, we'll have a caucus of men to say who goes into which position. And when it came to women, we will then say, guys, we need to meet the 50% quota in my previous organization. And we only deployed women to meet that 50%, not that we see them that they are worthy to occupy those particular positions. And even when we are deploying them, we want to deploy women that we see that, no, this one is a force and this one is strategic, because we want to use them to gain for our own objectives, not that we see them that they are worthy to occupy those particular positions. We also want to take note that I'm not sure if Mr. Ali is here. In the institution, in recent years, we were able to have a men's netball team, a sport code which is stereotypically a women's sport code. But I am grateful that as an institution we progressed in terms of sports, and that sport code, which is a stereotypical women's sport code, it was introduced to have a men's netball team. And thank you very much to Mr. Ali, the SDO of sports. Program Director, we live in a time whereby most men, and particularly young men, were living under pressure from society that we need to be, what to call, there's a term that we say, indoda must. Young men are under pressure to provide, which then leads us to do or to be involved in illicit activities, because we're trying to generate a source of income so that we are able to go and provide. We succumb to this pressure. We go and do illicit activities which then leads us to be involved in crime and a lot of things. Program director, I also wish that this conference will deal with issues such as men's health and men's abuse, and emphasize the fact that if you are a man, never allow yourself to be abused, and to never be afraid to go and report an abuse. Because we see even on social media, if you go to a police station, before they assist you, they'll first laugh at you, particularly if you are abused by a woman. But we must never succumb to that, because we are saying that we want a society that is equal. And if we want to have an equal society, then it means that all our rights must be observed. Program director, as I'm about to conclude, we want to say to those to those that will be awarded, thank you very much for the roles that you have played in making a difference within our institution and the society at large. How we wish that you will go and impart and influence, particularly those that are coming before you, to do great as you did. In conclusion, program director, after the conclusion of this program, we must all learn what will be said here and unlearn all problematic and toxic traits that we possess as men. And that what we have learned here and what we have unlearned here must cascade down to our departments, particularly the academic and the residence departments, which is where most young and vulnerable men are. Because that's the space whereby we are able to teach them and make them to learn or unlearn these toxic traits. For instance, if I speak for myself, it was in my first year here at CPUT where I learned about the queer group, how to wear a condom. Most of the things that I learned as a progressive man, as I term myself to be, I learned them here in this institution. So it's most vital that we do not sit here and learn and unlearn these things, and we don't go back and make sure that what we've learned here, and we make it a point that we create practical programs and plan of actions that will go to students, particularly first-year students, so that when they go back into their societies, when a male goes back to Ngamakwe and sees a man that is forming part of the queer group, they are able to teach others not to mock that particular person because they have learned from CPUT. And that we as the institution, we must be able to produce graduates that will go into the workspace and be an example and set an example so that we are able to transform society. And as well, what we've learned here, we must take it back to our religious and political organization so that we are able to influence men to make a difference. Thank you very much, Program Director.
ukubambana ngezandla nithi ukuvumelana ukuba indima yenu emhlabeni inohlulile. Kutheni ngenawusinika isithebe singabafazi sithi kuniqeqesha eqaleni kuba kaloku nini indlebe zenu zivalekile. Kutheni ningenawuvuma ukuthobela? Kutheni ningenawuvuma ukuzinikela nithathe uxanduva nilungise igeneration ezizayo kuba leyo niyohlulakele? Kutheni ningenawuvuma ityala nime enkundleni nizingombe isifuba nithi soyisiwe? Mhlambi lixesha loba ibe sithi abadlala indima sike sithi ukunibonisa ngendlela esanibumba ngayo sike sithi ukunibumba kwakhona sinisonge sinibeke ngendlela. Kulula kuni uba nibonisane uba nanke ndimfunayo next. Kulula kuni uba manidiscuss uba yo umzimba walamntana unjena njena. Kunzima uyintombazana uba mawuvela ugqithe ecango ngomfana ungakhange uve magama athile ahlaba kabuhlungu enhliziyweni. Nifuna uzenzela, nifuna unothanda, nifuna uzithathela, nifuna uziphathela. Niyasiqeqesha hayi indaba okudlala. Sithi sawuthetha nisifake impama kaloku zenu izandla hlenje ziyarhawuzelela. Ayizozokwenza mali kodwa zozodlala ebusweni bomuntu ngendlela enithanda ngayo nisishiye sinemivubeko. Nawugqiba nibuye nithi ndenze lead. Ndim utata ekhaya, ndim inhloko ekhaya. Inhloko yakhe iyasebenza ingenandamo. Wonzakalisa intango idisability leyo ubomi bakho bonke uyawuhlala esichengeni. Kodwa ke kusenani. Indoda iyazenzela, indoda iyazilawula. Indoda iyazidodela ngamagama eniwasebenzisayo lawa nifuna siwazi uyakhuza bhuti ewe kaloku injalo. Xa noyisile lo mazwi khanisiyekeni sothethele ukuthi ezandleni. Sithi ukwasebenzisa le ndlela ihlabe ngayo kuye le ndlela ihlaba ngayo kuthi xa nifuna ukusilawula nifuna uzenzela. Ningumdali kaloku nina niyazenzela. uThixo wonke emhlabeni washiya nina niphethe ninkundla yeyenu. Ubomi bethu busezandleni zenu niyazidalela ngendlela enifuna ngayo niyazenzela. Isithebe sesenu niyazitshela. Anifuna ubeke estafileni sike sithi ukushare. Sithi ukubamba indima mhlawumbe 50% xa ngowami 50% engokwakho. Xa usilela nzakwazi uphathisa. Anisafuna notshata kula malanga kuba lokho anifuna uphathwa ngumfazi. Nishiya amakhaya wena nisagoduki kaloku mama uzawuthi mina mandithi. Hayibo. Nilibala msinye. Ingathi niyalibala uba naseklasini ababeclever ngaphezulu kona ingamantombazana. Nanithi ukuze nipase ngamanye amaxesha kufuneka umuntu abenentombi eklasini ezamncedisa ihomework. Ithanga nilibala msinye. Kutheni ngathi niyalibala uba ngaba ku-meetings ezininzi ukuthi ongena umuntu ongumama nonke nigqume. Because niyayazi into azayithetha izawuhlaba enhliziyweni ikhumbuze ekhaya mhlawumbe umama ekuyalela. Kanti nithi ukuvula isithebe bafethu nathi sike sizingenele. Amacephe esiwaphethe azolungisa intambo eziqhawukileyo mhlawumbe kule game sitho mechanic. Kanti niye kuzibambela kuni zonke into esandleni nifuna ukulawula noyisiwe. Igama uYanda Khiva nguNombombiya the poet enkosi.
Enkosi Nombombiya, if we could just give her once more a round of applause. Thank you very much to our poet, and thank you very much to our speakers as well who had our messages of support. I think it also exposes the number of programs that the institution has within the Department of Student Affairs. For those who did not know, that there's quite programs and initiatives that they could also partner and be part of. To answer what Mr. Khuneli, the last speaker, was saying, there will be quite a number of discussions that we will be having today. Of course, we will be speaking on issues of health, as we have already started, and we also will be speaking on issues of identity, on issues of gender, on issues of sexuality, on issues of identification. So there will be various issues that we will be speaking about today, and all of them will be centered around men, as it is a men's conference. And one of those speakers who will be speaking shortly will be speaking on health that you also mentioned. It is Mr. Ndumiso Madubele, who is the program specialist for adolescent boys and young men for NACOSA. He will be speaking on addressing the societal norms lived experiences, and role of men, which is perpetuated by society in defining men in higher education and society in general. Just before I call Mr. Ndumiso, if you will allow me to just quickly read his bio. Ndumiso is a curious and highly driven professional who is passionate about infectious diseases, HIV prevention, and public health. He has a demonstrated history of working in healthcare and program implementation with local and international donors, such as the Global Fund, as the program specialist for one of the principal recipients, which would be NACOSA. He is a skilled social behavioral scientist with a demonstrated history in health research and education. Men's health-seeking behaviors, community-level responses to HIV and AIDS, and community and stakeholder engagement. His current research interests as a PhD candidate relate to engaging men and investigating investigations that improve accessibility and uptake on sexual and reproductive health, HIV prevention and treatment services among young men and HIV testing. He has a strong interest in relationship building with strong communications and collaborative skills. His experience working with NGOs, health ministers, donors, and civil society has allowed him to engage and work with multiple stakeholders. As a former men's sector chairperson under SANEC in the Western Cape, he has been able to continue his passionate and advocating against GBV and mobilizing and bringing that much needed attention on the social ills in his community. In his advocacy work, Ndumiso has continued with both local and international organizations such as the Bank of America, red.org, Baxter, California, etc., in efforts to mobilize resources, particularly the Global Fund, in the fight against AIDS. Other areas in which he has been engaged relate to gender-based violence, strategic HIV prevention, promotion of VMMC, resource mobilization, issues relating to barriers to ART uptake, PrEP accessibility and adherence, and improving and delivery of SRH services to young people, adolescent perceived risk behavior, and HIV prevention. Ladies and gentlemen, let us please welcome Mr. Ndumiso Mabuela on stage.
Wow, what an introduction. I think as the program director was giving an introduction, I thought to myself, is that really me? And just as I started, colleagues, I really just want to make a statement in that Linda Senzayo today, asinalo uvalo. We are here, and it's a brilliant start. So, Prof. Nhlapo, unfortunately, God did not give me much height. But I really, really recommend that you open your ears and you listen, because nyan lento senzayo asinalo uvalo. I was invited today to give the keynote address, addressing the societal norms and lived experiences and the role of men in this country that we call South Africa. The role in which is perpetuated by society, defining men specifically in higher health and in our communities. Dimitri gave me this invite and I thought to myself, will I be the ambassador of men in South Africa? do I even want to be the ambassador of men in South Africa? But I thought, okay, let me come and let's take on this task. Today is a great day. I mean, over and above it being Spring Day, it's the 1st of September, and specifically the day before my birthday, which is tomorrow, it's a very important day. It's a day in which I honor and invite where we assemble to explore a matter of immense consequences, a matter that not only impacts our nation, but reverberates across the global stage. Today we gather here to engage in conversation, a dialogue of paramount importance, a dialogue that touches the very core of our society, our values, and our responsibilities as men. Colleagues, friends, it is both a privilege and an honor to stand before you and share my thoughts on a subject that I think requires a lot of introspection, a subject matter that requires a lot of courage and commitment, because what we do essentially want to do is drive a commitment of positive change in our communities. Now, we live in a time of great social change, where there's been an enormous amount of progress, specifically that's been made towards gender equality. The fact that we are able to convene today here is testament to that progress. However, there are challenges that still persist, which remind us that there is a lot of work that we still need to do. I mean, in a country as diverse and as vibrant as South Africa, we must confront the uncomfortable truths. We must confront the truths that lie beneath the surface. We have to address the issue of gender-based violence against women and children, and we have to do this head on. Everyone in this room, I will invite you, because it is our duty to stand up against such violence and create a safer society for everyone. I listened to Prof. Nhlapo as he addressed us today, as well as the SRC members, and they spoke very powerful words. And in all of this, I thought it's equally important and necessary for us to introspect and to engage in the shortfalls and the challenges that we as men of this country face and navigate. There are a lot of challenges, reminding us that there is a lot of work to be done, as I said. We exist in a country that is vibrant. We exist in a country where gender-based violence has become a norm. Colleagues, Majida, Madoda, here today, it is our duty to stand up against such violence. I would like to quote, as I've seen the academics do, a quote by Desmond Tutu that really resonates within me that says, "To be free is not merely to cast off one's chains, but it is to live in a way that respects and enhances the freedom of others," unquote. Having said that, we cannot ignore the impact of gender-based violence. We cannot ignore the impact of gender norms and stereotypes that continue to shape our perceptions of masculinity and femininity. Our roles in society are not rigidly defined by these norms, but rather, let's seize this as an opportunity, a canvas upon which we paint our contributions to a thriving nation. As Amajida, as Amadoda, and as men, in this very men's conference, we need to engage in dialogue. We need to start discussions that I said are uncomfortable, dialogue that encourage us to question, to confront, and to unpack what we call normal. I don't have to tell any of you because you all exist in this country, but in South Africa, violence against women and children continues to erode and double dispossess the supposed freedom that we say we have. Bafethu, we are a country and a people that is at war with ourselves. Alongside social inequality, and you don't have to go far, just right here, gang violence, crime, and other social ills, women and children continue to be vulnerable. And so, I think the real question as we reflect, today's the 1st of September and we've just passed Women's Month. The real question this past August is, can we safely say, are women and children in this country, in this province, in this area, Apepela, in this institution that is CPUT, are they really free? In fact, a question that I grapple with standing here before you today is, what is my role in this unjust and unfree community and society? And this painful reality. How do I contribute to the problem and to this mess? As I'm asking myself this and reflecting, I invite everyone sitting here today to ask yourself the same. And before we get far with your imaginations, the minute you start thinking, yes, violence is a problem, but I'm not part of the problem. The minute you start thinking, yes, men are problematic, but not me, just know that there's a problem. The minute you start saying, yes, they are a rapist, but not me, I've never raped someone, just know that that's a problem. Because you exist and you participate in a community that is a reality and a norm. Now, to be clear today, I want to assure you, I'm not here to lambast and to point fingers and to vilify men, no. As a man myself, that's not what I want to do. However, I am here to call a spade a spade. And the fact is, standing here today, I enjoy a certain privilege being a man. For example, this morning, I woke up in a very nice hotel, went for a jog, it was still dark, put on my shoes, my running shoes, and went for a run. I did not have to think about someone saying, sorry, Puti. I did not have to think about someone catcalling. I did not have to think about if my outfit is revealing and is showing my gluteus. I didn't. Or my thighs, yes. I didn't have to think about that. Thank you very much. And that's the privilege that I enjoy as a man. These are just but a few examples of what it's like being a woman in this country. Now, as far back as 1999, increasing services for survivors of sexual assault reported about half of the women in this country that were killed by the intimate partners and people that they know. Fast forward 30 years later, around about today, the Demographic and Health Survey paints a very clear picture of how this has become a status quo. And how this status quo has worsened, with 1 in 5 women reporting physical violence. These are only the ones that are reported. And so, colleagues, it does not serve us to make this a reactionary and a rhetoric limited to only by seasonal activism, where we discuss such topics and we have such men's conferences on Women's Month. And we know a lot of people are going to get excited with 16 days of activism. Almost as though this does not happen each and every single day. What we need Prof. Nhlapo, and I'm addressing you here. What we need is a radical and a sustainable action, which is why I'm excited today about this meeting and this men's conference. Because what we need is more spaces like this. We need to have more opportunities as men to engage. And so I hope today is not just an event that's happening on the 1st of September. I genuinely hope this becomes part of the culture of CPUT. Having said that, I have to understand and have to appreciate how this today is a spectacular step in the right direction undertaken by CPUT, Prof. Club. And more importantly, everyone in this room here today, it's the right step taken by you in wanting to participate and to be part of this pioneering and important movement. And that we must celebrate. We must celebrate your participation being here today. But it's also equally important and necessary to introspect and to engage on the shortfalls and challenges, specifically concerning the topic of gender-based violence. But it's of particular importance, it's paramount for us to start dialogue about uncomfortable topics. Let's start having the conversations such as we will have today. But we rely and we ask on institutions like CPUT to create spaces that will allow men to be raw with the truth, to confront and to unpack gender norms and stereotypes in relation to what really is a man's role in our society. What are we talking about when we talk about an ideal CPUT man? Not umchita oya e Belleville, a Pick and Pay Lake, comes back and is part of the problem. Yes, young Lila, Nyanzil. We need to directly address how gender norms have a significant impact, specifically on reducing HIV and AIDS incidences. How gender norms and gender inequalities continue to have many young women and children vulnerable. We need to co-curate more spaces like this, a space where the discourse is to promote positive male norms, a space where we are able to have conversations amongst men in different pockets of society. And not just to lambast, because I'm not for the whole men are trash, men are problematic. Yes, that is our reality, but that's not what I'm here to do today. We ask for a space for us to be able to engage. The idea really is to have discussions that will enable men to reassess their role in societies, their role in CPUT. We want more spaces like this in which we can confront patriarchy. We can confront social cultural norms that defend misogyny, spaces that challenge rape culture, and we unpack. And so today, I hope the debates to be very important. So I really hope you guys bring your best foot forward and let's unpack. Let's talk. Let's unpack, and let's create a space where men can call each other out. Let us not sugarcoat the truth. Now, having said this, understanding that today is a men's conference, we have to do this in alliance with other sectors. Because as men of CPUT, of Bella, of Cape Town, of South Africa, we do not exist in a vacuum. We need to do this in alliance with other sectors. There is no one gender that saves the other. Often, I hear very problematic utterances like, we need to save our women, we need to save our children. Nothing could be more problematic. We do not own women for us to save. Now, I'm going to invite for us not to be entitled. I'm going to invite for us to have this engagement as equals. I hope today's conference will encourage the men in this room, at least, at the very bare minimum, towards the adoption of an alternative definition of masculinity. A definition that is not dependent on the control of others, a definition that is not infused with the ideas of male sexual entitlement. I hope we resolve today in this conference, as men in other sectors, to a social responsibility that evokes a question within you that asks, what am I doing? How am I contributing to the problem? What am I doing in my own space? I don't need for you to save the world. Just in your own pockets, what are you doing? What is it that men can do to become a better part of the femicide solution? What we need to do is, we need to involve ourselves, madoda, in continuous dialogue. First, with oneself. But more importantly, as I said, in alliance with other genders. Reflect on your everyday actions. Reflect in the WhatsApp groups that you have as a machita. Reflect with how do you participate when we know, we exist in a society where uncles rape children and the first thing we do, we call family meetings instead of the police. I beat up my partner and my wife and the first thing we do is we call a pastor to pray for us instead of the police. Reflect on your everyday actions. Let us listen and let us continue to dialogue. Let us continue to challenge and always challenge what is, in most cases, the norm. Because honestly speaking, humans dying every day cannot be a normal way of living. In this country that I love very, very, very much, violence against women and children persists and it continues. And it's a grave affliction which really takes away their freedom and leaves a lot of scars that run deep. I was listening to the poet earlier and genuinely, yes, we honestly need to do better. How has this become our norm? How has this become life? We find ourselves as in a nation entangled with conflict with our very essence. We find ourselves as a nation at war, waged by the cancerous growth of toxic masculinity intertwined with the vines of social inequality and justice. This, as I'm saying, is not a tale happening far, far, far away. It's here at CPUT. It's here in Cape Town. The battle against gender-based violence cannot be a mere spectacle, as I said, of commemorations like 16th Day of Activism, of commemorations like Women's Month in August, and then we stop talking about it because it's the 1st of September. What we need, Prof. Nhlapo, is an unwavering commitment to a tangible action. Now, to truly fathom the far-reaching ripples of violence, men must really ask themselves and introspect and be in active engagement. This, of course, is imperative, which has given birth to today's meeting and has been a manifestation of our determination to redefine the role of men within the tapestry of our community. And so I hope today, as we engage, as we listen to the speakers that come forth, I hope our purpose is to mold our experiences to a collective vision of what is an ideal CPUT man. The objectives specifically of this conference are multifaceted, and I get that. I genuinely get that. But I hope one of the things that we aim to do is to confront these norms. Now, there's a very interesting proverb that reads, if you want to go fast, go alone. But if you want to go far, go together. Prof. Nhlapo, I hope we are fostering mentorship I hope this is the first men's conference of many. I hope we strive to nurture a growth of men, a CPUT men, that acknowledge and that know that it is our duty to lead by example. We need to equip CPUT men with the tools to challenge societal norms. This is not a choice, but an obligation. In the words, again, of another African saying, I told you I listened to academics today. A wise man, the proverb says, a wise man who knows proverbs reconciles difficulties. Colleagues, the wisdom contained in our shared proverbs can guide us to find common ground, can guide us to create bridges of understanding that span the chasms of discord. I hope today we aim to celebrate the men that have emerged as beacons of positive change, which is everyone here today. I hope we're able to celebrate those men and those people sitting particularly in this room, because our ultimate vision with this conference materializes in the proposition of a CPUT Men's Charter. The Men's Charter I speak of is a compass that will guide us toward a transformed reality. The CPUT Charter that will guide us as an African, as men, as participants of CPUT and the CPUT community. Now, this, I promise, is my last proverb that I'm quoting. It reads, let us listen to the collective voice. Sorry, rather, I'm butchering it. It reads, the fool speaks and the wise listen. And so I invite everyone here today, let us listen to the collective voice that aspires for change. Let us listen to the voice that envisions a society where masculinity is not defined by the dominance of one gender, but by the respect of others. I'm asking us, and I'm pleading with all the men in this room, let us grab this moment to kindle the flames of transformation, to obliterate the chains of toxic masculinity, and to forge a brighter tomorrow. What we ought to do, what we need to do, is address the uncomfortable truths. What we need to do is engage in constructive discourse. We need to stand against the tides of violence, and we really ought to redefine the very essence of what is it when we say, I am a man. It's tough standing here before you, because what we know is that the world is a dangerous place to live. But not only is it a dangerous place, it's because the people who live in it choose to do nothing about it. Please, can there not be you today? The power of these conversations that we're having today in this conference extends beyond these walls. For example, I would like for us to have and take away from this dialogue in our own pockets. Today, when you have dinner with your families, have such discussions. As Amachita in your WhatsApp groups, in your street corners, have such dialogues. I hope today's dialogue reaches into homes, workplaces, classrooms, and social circles. Because just with today's participants and everyone here today, we've really taken a step forward in the right direction. A direction towards dismantling gender power inequities. We've seen so many movements. For example, we've seen #MENATRASH, the Me Too movement, which have sparked necessary conversations. Conversations that provoke us to really reevaluate ourselves as men. And so, colleagues, I ask, let us embrace this challenge to create an alternative definition of masculinity. To create a definition of masculinity that is rooted not in the control, but in partnership. This movement and this conference today should really compel us to be architects of change. It should really compel us not to enforce destructive norms. And as we navigate these uncharted waters, because genuinely speaking, Prophet Lapo, and I'm really excited that I'm here today, is CPUT is one of the first institutions where we have a men's conference. And I'm really hoping this is not a tick box exercise in your annual program. And it's a program that you will, one, in your legacy, continue with CPUT, and I challenge you to continue having a program as we navigate these uncharted territories. We don't know how to have these dialogues, but the important part is that we start. Let us be guided by the words of the late Archbishop Desmond Tutu, who says, "Do your little bit of good where you are, because it is those little bits that put together that overwhelm the world." And so, it is our duty to contribute positively, to challenge these harmful norms, and to stand up against injustice. Everyone here today, I really invite you, let us embrace this social responsibility. Let us evoke, men, I'm talking to you, the discussions within ourselves, and genuinely ask yourself today, how am I part of the problem? What is it that I'm doing to change the norm? As we delve deeper into our hearts of this crucial conversation, we definitely are confronted with truths, with grim truths rather, that cannot be ignored. But today's conversation, it will be uncomfortable, and that's okay. It will be uncomfortable. The dialogue, however uncomfortable it is, grants us a space to peel back the layers of our own identities. It allows us an opportunity to confront the biases that fuel destructive norms. Standing on this threshold, we must recognize the urgency of our quest, because participation alone falls short. The gap between intention and execution must be bridged. Colleagues, it's imperative that as we are here today at this CPUT Men's Conference, which has given birth to this very conference, that we have a manifestation of our collective determination to redefine the role of men at CPUT, the role of men in Bela, the role of men in Cape Town, the role of men in Western Cape, and the role of men in South Africa. Because within our communities, our purpose, genuinely, we ought to co-curate experiences that have a shared vision, as I asked, in terms of what is a CPUT man. And so, as we will listen to the speakers today, I hope we're able to equip CPUT men with the tools to challenge these societal norms. We're able to equip them with norms where they understand that it's not a mere choice, it's a resolute obligation. I hope, as we heard today, we also endeavor to celebrate all persons, whichever shape they come in. Because our ultimate vision genuinely crystallizes in the proposition of a CPUT Men's Charter, Prophet Lapo. This charter, as I said, will be a guide, will be a compass rather, that will guide us towards a transformed reality. In closing, colleagues, I will encourage and I will challenge everyone here today. Let us seize the moment to ignite the flames of transformation. Every one of you are privileged to participate in today's conference, and I genuinely hope that it doesn't stop as you leave those doors. I hope we obliterate the chains of toxic masculinity. We forge a brighter future and a brighter tomorrow. I hope we stand shoulder to shoulder, like this conference does, and we serve a crucible of change, a change that ignites a fire that warms the hearts of hearts and unpacks the most uncomfortable truths. A reality that engages in constructive discourse, a discourse that stands united against the tides of violence. Colleagues, we shall redefine the essence of what is it that we call manhood. And I hope before we leave today, we come up with a different definition of what is a CPUT man. Tabako. Thank you so much. Sorry? Oh, okay. Sure.
Thank you very much, Mr. Ndumiso. As you were speaking, I was taken aback. In institutions of higher learning, we often have debates in all sectors, even though some may not meant to be about debate. We once had a debate on gender-based violence. One of our docs within the business and management faculty said, we don't actually have gender-based violence. We actually have a problematic, violent society. And of course, I was opposing that. And he was saying, but no, we don't have gender-based violence. We're saying, how many men get killed and no one speaks about it? How many men go to the police station and they get laughed at? How many men get raped, stabbed, hurt in various ways by the other gender? And men don't speak about it because if you do, you'll be viewed and labeled as a weak individual, which then society does not welcome, right? And my counter to that was saying, we're not ignoring the fact that we live in a violent society, because we actually quite do, and that's true, particularly those who are here in Cape Town. I think we can all attest the violence on a daily basis that happens within the city. And I'm saying, but look, we have to understand that women are abused in various forms of society. Whether we go to the church or mosque, there's female oppression there, and it's particularly aimed at females. Whether we go to traditional beliefs, mna ndingumXhosa, kwaXhosa kukho into ekuthiwa bubuhlanti. Umuntu ongumama typically akangeni ebuhlanti. For those who don't understand what I just said, I'm Xhosa. And in Xhosa we have what we call the kraal. I think you guys might be familiar with the kraal. And in the kraal, typically women are not allowed inside the kraal, because typically in the olden days, that's where decisions would be taken. And that's a form of an abuse, because women are systematically excluded from decision making. And we can go on and speak about it even here in institutions of higher learning. I think a lot of females, I don't have to speak on behalf of them, can speak about the exclusion that they often speak about, whether it's into senior positions or whatever form of exclusion that they may systematically be facing, right? And that's where the counter was. And I think ultimately it comes down to the way that we groom young boys. Because the people that we see today, they are the product of the society. When I was still a full-time student, I used to belong to a certain organization that I'm not going to call by name. And we used to say in that organization that we fully believe we're members of the society before we're students. Because no matter what happens in our respective households and our homes, ultimately our respective society plays a role in how we ultimately become as an individual. So I don't think there's any parents that teaches their children how to drink, how to smoke, how to abuse women, but those are things that the society constructs us, right? It's a society that teaches men how to be and how to act. It's a society that teaches men that you must bottle up your emotions. It's a society that teaches men to view women as weak objects. It's a society that makes people view women as things or toys that they could use for their own sexual favors, right? And those are part of the discussions that I think we also should have in how do we groom our young boys, because ultimately what we see is the product of many years of indoctrine into their minds that a woman is this and you are this, you are stronger than her, and she belongs in the kitchen, when you belong outside of the house, you belong in the decision making, you belong in heading the house, you belong in this. And in doing so, we prepare women for a sub-servant role within our respective societies and within the household. And when women say today, we don't just want equality, we want equity as well, and then men say, no, we don't understand that. So I think we should also be looking at such things, that how do we groom our young boys to view women, and how do we groom our young boys to see themselves as well. But I won't speak much on that, because now we'll have about 6 minutes of engagement to interact with what has been said by Mr. Ndumiso, which is why I've asked him to sit here in front. I believe we do have mic rovers around who will be moving with mics here. We do have one that side. So if there's anyone who has a question, please feel free to raise your hand, and then I will note you, and then the mic will come to you. So we don't have much time. So we won't, spend too much time taking questions, but I'll open up 2 rounds. And in those 2 rounds, I'll accept a certain number of hands, and then I'll allow our keynote speaker to respond to those questions, and then after we'll have our final round. So if you can just please see by a number of raising of hands, how many people would like to engage in the specific topic. I will note you guys according to the numbers. Yeah? Please try to keep your number so that we could go according to that order. So Mr. Ndevu, I see you're number 1. You're number 2, number 3, and you'll be number 4. And then once that has been responded to, then we'll open the next round for questions. Okay, Ludwe, you'll be number 5 and number 6. And then afterwards, we'll then have another session of rounds. So if we could please engage in that order.
Okay, Molweni.
Moloba.
I wanted the base, Molweni. That's the problem that we're having. When men are with the female, they are scared to speak. Even to say hi, they are scared to say that. Mhlekazi, let me come to you by saying, I welcome your presentation. But I always have this one problem. And it's a problem. And men here will be against this. I'm appealing Dave that was raised by a single parent. And while I'm being raised by a single parent as a man, that woman took care of me up until today. But then, Apile, what are you doing? Where are you? Do you have a child? Where is that child of yours? There are names that are being called by us that were raised by a single parent. Now, when you call me Apile, where are you? Where is your children? My kid is being raised by a single parent. His kids will be raised by a single parent. If we can start by fixing that first, as men, we'll be okay. Because we are just repeating the same thing. And we are saying things about our fathers. We don't look at us. And what are we doing to fix that? But we see it as a norm. It was done by my father, then who cares? Thank you.
Nkosi, number 2.
Good day to everyone who's here. I have a certain question for the speaker who just spoke right now. Men have respect for their mothers, right? Every man here respects their mom. If your mom calls, you drop everything, you call your mom. But in society, you do get men who respect women, and we applaud them so much. And we do get men who do not respect women. Men who do not respect women do not respect a man who respects a woman in society. And personally, I've been in a situation where that has happened, where a man has downgraded another man because he respected me as a woman. If that does not change, this conference there's nothing we can do about it. Because I'm sure every man here is up to say, oh, I will do the change, I'll do the change. But are you willing to call out your friend and say, no, brah, you are either physically abusing a woman by looking at her up and down, undressing her with your eyes? Are you as a man willing to do that and tell your friend, no, do not do that? Thank you.
Thank you. Number 3.
Molweni. So umbuzo wami I think akabhekisanga mntwini, but needs like a collective thinking and a collective conversation post this sitting. I think we have had many conversations of this nature across the country, and I appreciate that it's an indication of ukhona utshintsho lwenzekayo among amadoda ne. But then my question is ke ngoku to everyone in the house is, how do we live accountability as amadoda on our daily lived experiences among ourselves in particular? How do we create a culture of accountability, calling each other out? And in that process, omnye umntu not feel otherwise komnye umntu, but ayibone la moment as a moment of accountability and not belittling each other. And also, gents, perhaps how do we also see, also we should start to see each other as humans before we can even see each other as different things, as sexualities rather, but also see each other as abantu. And I think kungangcono because I think also power in the society, I think ilala kulanto kubana sibone each other, maybe mna as indoda wena ndikubone as usisi, then we're gonna see each other differently the moment we start to see each other as such. But I think anything Amanda wanted to ask as a collective nebana, how do we live ubomi bethu as amadoda siphila accountability, and also in that process singajajani, singaboni as ba ungcono kunomnye, omnye ufeminine kunomnye, because it's calling each other we toxic patriarchal trait that the other is practicing. Thank you.
Enkosi. Number 4, which would be the gentleman with the blue blazer at the back.
Thanks, Program Director. Igama lami Nkuhle. I'm an academic and I also represent a convocation of the institution. So I think, colleagues, the solution lies within our space. Universities obviously play a very important role in society at large, in business and government. We are the ultimate solution. And I think if we can live, starting with the self-introspection that the speaker was talking to, if all men in this room can live here, start with themselves and not perpetuate this cancer called GBV, I think the conference has won already. Secondly, Speaker, you're encouraging dialogue-based conversations amongst men. If we can remember, this dialogue thing is not new amongst men. And perhaps we should revisit where it emanates, right? So when you go to the mountain and come back, we engage in dialogue to confirm each other's manhood, right? And it is sithetha ngendoda, sithetha ngobudoda, sithetha ngamadoda. Now, to Prof. Nhlapo's Mahatma Gandhi's quotation, so if you've not followed okwakufunga kwakho kwendoda nobudoda namadoda, that means you forfeited ubudoda, right? When we engaged in this dialogue, we then said, "Singomafunga ngajiki," right? I can't explain that. That's Venek. I can't translate that. So ubufunge wajika, awusoyo ndoda. So if you engage in this scourge, if you perpetuate gender-based violence, awuyo ndoda. You are not one of us, okay? And lastly, colleagues, the program director spoke about violence at large, and I think the consequence of violence is it's gender-based violence, and it is cool as telegiso. To prove that you are a boy, you are stronger than other boys, then you must fight other boys, so that we should call it out. You know, some of us that grew up in the village, for you to be the strongest boy in the village, then you must fight your way out of your dignity. That nonsense must end, because it starts with violence and it ends with gender-based violence. Thank you.
Enkosi.
Enkosi kakhulu program director, igama lami ndinguludwe. It's funny enough that in these conferences zihlala only one day and we're always being told about ixesha, yet the problems zininzi, and in these questions that we are imposing we also have the answers into them. So I think in future purposes, funeka ihlale iintsuku noba zintathu, and we must also have some session with the groups so that we divide on these problems that we do have and come up with right solution and present it up front. Because ngoku sawuxela ngexesha, it's only 5 minutes, 2 questions. Okay, ndizaza kule nto bendizayithetha. Mr. Ndeve, I think uze nayo kakuhle that we need to identify about what is the problem so that you can be able to diagnose the problem and also come up with a cure, because no one is immune in whatever that is happening, because sonke siyachaphazeleka. Vice Chancellor wam uze nayo kakuhle that seriously CPUT has played a huge part when it comes into GBV since from 2019. Strike esasisilwela, and seriously shem zakhona measures. We saw imoto ziyazulazula ukhapha abantwana from IT center since it was dark. Now in the corridors the lights are working. But it's funny enough that Londo isuka from Vice Chancellor, because Vice Chancellor and his executive, when it comes into January and February, they are not there with the students as Lale Student Center and influx numbers. If they can do the research now today, Mnamto who was with them up until to date, those students, many if not majority of those females, they lost their virginity, they are pregnant, STDs, because of Indon, the same men today that are being criticized. It's wrong for those who took advantage into those females. Bafuna ulala nabo just because of bafuna ubanika the roof under their own head. But now with those enbensebenzana nabo, the males sacrifice their own rooms, bolala kwi floor kubanda, in some one guy's room, maybe by 10, to make sure that these females ziyakwazi ulala ebedini comfortably, zikwazi uhlamba ekseni, because umuntu ongumama akakwazi ukuhlala imini yonke engakhanga hlamba, akabikho comfortable umzimba wakhe. Alinde pha ixesha elide kwa housing angafumani ilentuza indawo zokuhlala. Secondly, to that, it's funny enough that lamadoda atyholayo namhlanje are still ngalamadoda that are being victimized by the system of this institution. If singastrike namhlanje, strike being led by the local SRC as a District 6 campus, trust me, mna ndilinxele le ngoma ndiyayithanda ingoma, xa cula ndizawucula. But the person that is going to be targeted phayana is the man. Big bellies will come and capture you because of your singing. Kuthiwe nguwe who condoned the strike and stuff. That means we are being the target now. Yet you know that bangabana, the system knows that bangabana who was conducting the strike. What is the other thing? Oh, when it comes into this placing of the students who are influx numbers here in student center, sleeping in toilets, libraries, at Americana, the females were the ones who were prioritized than men, as if men bona abanas pains and stuff. Understand. Those are the nonsenses of niggas that amadoda understand. I understand and don't know comfortable because nabongabantu. So this into amongst ourselves tinakal. So asikwazi kunyola nje phanga phambili abe ejonge apha kuwe. So we need to introspect and check i-system yona incedisa phi, yenza wrong ogwenxa phi. Lena nje baba bafuna check ba what is the problem, because kwa system yasengele institution ayincedisi. And ibhlungu that bangabana the people who have spoke, they are not there so that they can be able to answer some of our questions here. Bengicela fama umuntu othethileyo ngoku uzabe phaka la panelist asiphendule lemibuzo. Inkosi kamnandi.
Inkosi, the last speaker.
On two.
Molweni kwakhona. Igama uyana njengoba besentshilo manani mangayizi poet this time around. I'm standing here as somebody who's also affected by the topic of today. This first address goes to the organizing team. I'm very embarrassed that you guys limited the seats to this space when there's a stadium outside. If men's conference has to happen, I think a stadium next sport hall would have been a better accommodation than this tin. At the same time, I don't think amadoda are something without women, because most seats here are occupied by women. Isn't this a men's conference? Amadoda, empty seats here. They are missing. I thought the first row will be filled with Ira's parents, number one. I thought the first row will be occupied by male management. Ilapha izomameli bangaba kuthiwa namhlanje. Imameli izikhalo iyolungisa ukuhlala. I thought ubangaba namhlanje, as somebody who was invited to come and perform here, I always perform in outfits. And yeah, namhlanje isebenzanga because nina cinga okogqala abafana so mandinganxibi anything revealing mandinganxibi anything etenteni manxibe ndiliseke ndizanafaka neqhiya because kaloku I'll never know bendisoyika ndifike late nofika late ndafika namapha ngemva ndaqala ndajonga qala uba kwenzeka ntoni ngaphambili ndabona lonke uba mandiqonda okay fine abafana baphelelanga njengesiqhelo ndibuye ndize kusingayi. I thought when I looked at the program, I thought they were going to be like easy not to be addressed, not people to come and show their faces and their qualifications and their stands in the society. I am so embarrassed to whoever typed that program. I am so embarrassed to whoever organized this event because we've had this speech for a very long time. On television, on radio, on posters, on billboards, we are tired. You guys know the issue. Why isn't it that on that program there are issues already stated because you guys know what is affecting who? And then all you have to do is sit down and say, how do we solve this? How is it that you are even saying we must raise hands and post questions to the panel? You don't know they're here holding tablets and saying yes, but abakhumshi ayisuka kodwa ndikhanye ndive nix ethethiweyo engathi ngahlala kum ndibuye ekhaya ndikhe ndihlale phansi ndithi hey ithethiwe into ethile andivanganto mhlawumbi abalandela ikhona into bazayithetha but zabe ndingekho ngelaa xesha so eyokuqala indiphosile ibreakfast andiyityanga basically so ingase sihlale phansi sikhe sithi if the program needs to be changed ingathi ngekhe konzwe isanqa kuvulisekile kuthiwe imakhi izawuhamba kumntu ngamnye kungathiwa phakamisa isandla to get the opportunity because amadoda bakazuthetha nix azavala umlomo. Women are going to be the ones to state and say this and this and this and that. That will not even happen because and how do you host something that affects a lot of people for one day? How many residences does CPUT have for you to host something and then usvalele tini? Why aren't the shuttles dedicated to come and collect abafanes res, abafanes lokshin, if you intend to educate? Why isn't there a live somewhere to make sure that on YouTube there's something recorded that was said today a person can go and listen to afterwards? It's a technical school, it's technology. We're holding mics right now. Why isn't that happening? But yeah, it's a men's conference. I'm either way.
Okay, so that was the last question we had. I don't think Uguti, all of these questions are directly aimed at you because a lot of them you will not be able to answer because I noted each question from the very first speaker. For example, we have the first one on single parents and self-reflection. We have the second one on respect for women and tangible change post-conference. We have accountability and mismanagement. Then there was also a comment from the convocation, extension of conference by Uludu, I don't see him now. So such things, for example, such as the extension of conference, those ones I don't think you would be in a position, for example, to answer. Violence towards men, particularly towards violence by men, I think that was also raised by Uludwe in terms of protest and stuff like that. So some I think you will be able to answer, and some I don't think you would be in a position to answer them. But please, whatever question that you can answer, please feel free to do so. Cool.
Thank you. How do I even start to respond? I think it's fair to say, colleagues, I'm not here as the poster guy for men. Myself, as a man, I think one of the first things I started was that I enjoy a certain privilege just standing here. You guys are asking a man and a man must answer. So I'll try and summarize my responses to all of the speakers in the order of the questions. So I think to one of the first questions, you spoke to issues of examples of men. Often the mistake we make is saying we do not have positive role models. Nothing could be further from the truth. As Umchita who grew up Ekas, I grew up Kwamash in Durban, I looked up to Ikinta in my township. I looked up to Umchita who has the cars, who's flashy. So the problem is not that we don't have role models. The problem is that we don't have positive role models. That's the first. With regards to structural changes and supporting of families, I think yeah, that's a much bigger discussion and dialogue. But my response to that would be, and again, like I said in my speech, what I think genuinely, and maybe I'm simplifying a complex and multi-layered problem, but we cannot obviously solve all of it in a day, which is why I challenge everyone in this room to ask, what is your role? What are you doing? How are you participating as a man in your community, but even before you get to the community, in your family? How are you molding the adolescent boy and young man coming up? What discussions are you having with that? Because as another speaker spoke, as growing up, when I had 5 girlfriends, I was celebrated. Yeah, I know you don't. You don't. Shit. But if my female counterpart does that, there's a certain name, and I won't express my French today, for that, who's doing exactly what I'm doing. So I think it's those privileges and it's those norms that we need to start challenging. Just as a first, with the examples. So to the first speaker, unfortunately he's left, I think my response would be, guys, it does not take for me to be an amazing person to be an example. Just genuinely starting today. Think and reflect on, over and above, what are you doing? Just look at your family. Don't even go far. Within your surname, what example are you setting for those young men? To the second speaker, I will caution you and I will ask you to please never again reduce initiation school to a mere going to the mountain. As into the course as it should be, we don't just take an excursion to a mountain. That ought to be an initiation school, and I'll say an introduction to manhood. Now, granted, I agree with you in that those are the spaces in which we have an opportunity as abantu, abamnyama, to mold what is it being a man. And now, when we start, unfortunately, given the participation in this room, I'm unable to truly unpack what that means and the conversations and dialogue that happens there, which is part of the problem. That sisihlasibuye esuthwini sifundiswe sixelelwe ezinye izinto. Now, with the language part, so the first is that, yeah, I think we can't just reduce initiation school to just going to a mountain, but those are opportunities in which we have to engage. Now, I'm glad that we have SRC here, we have Prof. Nhlapo himself, not a representative, and I'm hoping he's listening, in that there's a desperate need for us to institutionalize such a day. And you are very right with the other speakers. We cannot talk about behavior change and limit it to a few hours in a day. It becomes a tick box exercise, and we had a men's conference, and then what? In saying that, I think it's also important to acknowledge the step that CPUT has taken. UCT, UWC, Stellenbosch, WITS, UJ, I can name all of the institutions. None of them have had a men's conference. And so, Prof. Nhlapo, congratulations and thank you for such a space. I think for me it's, how do we take this space and make it a norm? How do we take today's conversations, Program Director, and cascade them in our own social circles? I'm particularly glad that if it's at least being held by the Vice Chancellor himself, there will be a budget for it. This will cascade into program, not just to a day, because we cannot change behavior in a day. It's impossible. We are fooling ourselves if we think that. And so, with the organizers of today, I think let's not lambast, guys. It's a start. It's a start in the right direction. Granted, we will not solve all of the problems today, but it's a start, and it's an important start that CPUT has undertaken. So for me, I think I will lean more on celebrating that. And we should and we'll invite the powers that be. How do we then take today and make it a norm and make it each and every res, whether it's monthly, whether it's bi-weekly, there's a space for men to engage. There's a safe space for men to call each other out. There's a safe space for men to be raw with the truth. Because as other speakers have alluded to, when you talk about abusers, when you talk about rapists, when you talk about killers, it's not people from another world. It's people we know. It's our friends. It's people in our WhatsApp groups. It's umchita wako. The challenge starts when I see my friend Unjabulo Mapumule hitting his wife. Sorry, Unjabulo, to make this example. And I say, in the Bible, two aingenwa. Bayachola, bayazaz. That's the problem. The problem starts when you know of the uncle that rapes. And like I said, we call a family meeting first instead of the police. Erez next door, my neighbor. I can hear every time when they're being abusive. And I'm saying, umeza is and is gain. That's the challenge. And so I think with CPUT, definitely, you're taking a step in the right direction. And so, for example, I really challenge that today's conference is the start of many. An occasion like this can happen in this very fancy auditorium annually, but what is more important is that the dialogue is cascaded at res level. House Combs and SRC, it's your time to shine. But recognize Nyan because politics, but Housecom and SRCs, if there was ever a time for you to represent students, it's now. We are going to work with Prof. Nhlapo, we are going to work with the institution to cascade this into everyday dialogue, to cascade this into funded programs, where as students of CPUT, we are able to have the space. I know, as Mchita, there's a space that happens on a regular basis, not just once a year. That's the first. The other speaker I think spoke to was more of a comment, Prime Director, on participation. Now, this for me is very, very simple. Very, very simple. And I think, like I said in my speech, guys, I'm not inviting anyone to change the world. But just today, everyone here, just have the conversation in your close circles. That's it. The first and the most important thing is that we need to start talking about it and calling spades spades. So once we do that at a micro level, I think we're going to go somewhere. The last part with the speaker, I think, who spoke, yes. Myself, I'm embarrassed standing here. I'm embarrassed because as men, we have to unfortunately have these uncomfortable topics. I'm embarrassed because I know for a fact today, being Friday, some of us will leave here, will go drink, and will be abusive today. And with that, unfortunately, that's our reality. That's the cancer of masculinity that we exist in. However, I do not think it will help us to just lambast and to say it doesn't work. If we are truly focused and if we truly want for this to change, we need to start such conversations. Now, obviously change will be uncomfortable, and I get that, 100%. But I think it's important for us to acknowledge the progress that we've done with just today's meeting. As I said earlier, there's no institution that has done this. None in the country. And so CPUT is taking a step in the right direction. Let us support, because these conversations, as uncomfortable, as true, as raw as they are, first need to happen with men amongst men, and then we need to have them with allies. Because as I said, we do not exist in a vacuum. We do not, when we talk about a society, we do not talk about 5 people. And when we talk about social change, it's not something where Tumisho will come or Matome will come and change the world. No, it's us, every day. It's me. And so my invite to everyone sitting in this room is ask yourself and reflect, what are you doing? Who are you calling out? Might be unpopular, might not be the easiest thing to do because, like I said, the people that are problematic are here. It's us. So my invite would be, what are you doing? Really genuinely introspect, start the conversation within. What is your role in perpetuation of violence? Leave CPUT, leave in your family. Because you know the uncle is problematic, you know the guy is problematic, but let us start having the dialogue. And I think in closing, it's just that. I would really, really invite for us to start having conversations because we will not like everything that everyone says. And I was not sitting here expecting for people to say, oh, do me so praises. No. The whole purpose of this is exactly that. Let us have the uncomfortable conversations. Let us have the uncomfortable dialogues. And that is where we start. Thank you.
And goes. Okay, so we will do this, ne? Because we're really, really running behind time. I think, as you all might know. Firstly, Prof. Nhlapo, I think it's heated in your seat because everything is now being thrown at you and you are shedding all the other departments that should be heading some of these specific departments. But it comes with the leadership and it comes with being the head. What we will do now is, because some of the questions or comments that were also raised are pertaining to the next session. So the next session will involve various people from, for example, the housing department, the SRC, the disability unit, and as well as a union, right? So what we will do now is we will break for tea for about 15 minutes on a tea break. Afterwards, we'll come back and then we'll then go to the next session. Now, the next session will be more interactive and it will involve various stakeholders from within the institution. And I think that's where some and most of the comments that we got from this round, their actions should have kind of been raised at. So some questions that were not answered in the session will then be forwarded to the next session, which will have direct individuals that you could speak to, for example, someone from housing, someone from the SRC, right? In this session, the main key note speaker was mainly supposed to be focused on health, and we had messages of support from other key stakeholders or programs that exist, such as the Amajita's Men program and He for She, right? So in the next session, that's where then we'll be able to engage primarily on some of the comments or most of the comments that came from this specific discussion. But for now, we'll break for tea for strictly 15 minutes, and then we'll come back and then we'll continue with the next session. With the next session, we'll try our utmost best to be very strict on time because we are already running behind schedule. Thank you very much. The time is now 11:30, so at 11:45, may we please be seated back in, I'll call this place plenary. Huh? No, the thing is, going to. No, he says we don't have to read his bio anymore. He said we don't have to.
Okay.
I don't know, but he said you can skip it. He asked for it. So what they will do is ask me that we close the laptop. I think perhaps maybe for space and to see the audience or something. I don't know. But that's what he's asking for.
Okay.
I'll leave it there for now because there's one bio on there which I still need to read. I got Dr. Pa.
That's perfectly fine.
The DVC. So yeah.
Testing 1, 2. On a Friday in Cape Town, it is one of the shortest days. And I see time is just passing us by. It is close to 12 o'clock already. So we're moving into the afternoon slot. I would like to say welcome and wamkelekele, goeiemorgen, good morning, and molweni, molo, sawubona. I'm very excited to be here this morning, everyone, because we're talking about the role that CPUT men play, not only within the university, but also going out into society. Why it is important for me is I train teachers, or I teach teachers how to teach. I'll say that again, I know it's a tongue twister. I teach teachers how to teach. So that means I'm based within the Faculty of Education on the Mowbray campus. And for me, what is vital is I have an idea about what it means to be a professional, competent teacher and the behavior that goes with it. However, what is exciting about today's gathering, it is the fact that now we need to find out and learn more about what is this construct of a CPUT man and what are the qualities that he should hold. And so today, what is exciting is when we come to a conference, we are able to network. Network meaning that one is able to find out who works in the different faculties and what is it that they actually do. And it's also nice to put a name to the face. And so that is what will be happening here this afternoon. I would like to call to the stage, okay, before I start, there's a bit of a slight change within our program. And what I'm going to do is the 13:45 to 2 o'clock slot, where we'll be talking about the men's charter and program of action. Dr. Matome will be doing the slot at this very moment in the next 15 minutes, for 15 minutes. And then we're going to move over to Mr. Kevin Peterson, Mr. Zimiselem Klomiso, Mr. Kolani Boy, and Mr. Tumani Mashwanela. So could I please ask the 4 panel discussion members to come to the front now, and please come and take your seat for me in front quickly. And at the same time as well, Mr. Matome, I'm not even going to attempt to pronounce your surname, otherwise I am going straight to fail my isiXhosa. Okay, could I please ask you to come to the stage? I won't say ladies and gentlemen, because here at CPUT we do not want to exclude anyone. We're a very inclusive environment. I would like to say everyone, can we put our hands together to give a round of applause? Over to you.
Thank you very much. Good morning, everyone. Usually with the surname, the surname is Khanaga. And when I say just remove the K's and say it in Afrikaans, then it's very smooth, Khanaga, you know. So it's perceptions, these things. I'm really happy to be here. And unfortunately, everyone who's in this room, you sit with a burden in the sense that I was at the Transforming Mentality launch this Tuesday by the Minister of Higher Education and Training. And the DDG emphasized that, you know, as the institution of higher learning, you sit with a burden because as society, we see you as the best brains in the country, at least from an IQ measure. And there's an expectation that those brains are to change society. Of course, the professors and so forth will interpret those changes using the scientific tools. But for you as the learners, you are sent to these institutions to ultimately bring the change. And society looks at you for that change. So it's something that you have to deeply appreciate, that the challenges that the country is confronted with, they weigh a little bit more heavier on your shoulders. And so you must at all times carry that responsibility. To the program director, the esteemed guests who are here, really proud to be here. Now, I'll just start by saying South Africa is actually a country that is facing a polycrisis. We sometimes tend to divide our problems at any given point, but they're really interacted. Whether it's socio-economic disparities, we remain the most unequal society in the world. That inequality is complicated by being along gender, as well as racial lines, with African women bearing the brunt, earning 5 times less than the white males and 4 times less than the females, and also with unemployment of 4 in every 10. And of course, it's also in terms of the rural and urban divide, and those socioeconomic disparities play themselves out in the levels of social cohesion. We have very high rates of violence in South Africa that we've spoken about. And these are not in statistics. We live this reality. If you are South African, like we all are, you'd know that you can't walk at night. Only 1 in 5 of you here is brave enough to venture after dark and take a walk. That's the victim of victim of crime surveys. And even 1 in 3 of us here is actually afraid to walk during the day in our own neighborhoods. We feel uncomfortable. We are deemed, there was a Forbes report that said we're the most dangerous country for solo female travelers. So essentially the most dangerous country for a woman. And this is reflected, of course, in our stats. But our burden of disease is also a problem. We sit with more than 8 million people living with HIV. Men, we're lagging behind. Women are most infected. We die at a much higher rate in terms of advanced HIV disease, particularly TB, being the leading cause of that death. And this plays itself out in families. We do have a crisis of broken families in South Africa. It was touched on earlier. Only 1 of 3 of us here grew up with our biological fathers. And although 2/3 of us here lived with some form of a male in the household. And so even the males that are there, these issues of problematic masculinities play themselves out there. So our mental health, we're in the top 10. With all these problems, it reflects there where our suicide rate is right up there in the top 10. 30 people just take their lives every day. And yeah, the males sit with 4 times that rate. So it was in that context that in 2015, we actually summoned the president to say, hey, there's a crisis here. And I just want to just be upfront to say, with these problems, we need big solutions. We need mass productions of these solutions. So I think somebody emphasized earlier, Ndumiso, that it's the one thing that we must do, take responsibility as individuals. And I'll further add to say, if we are not working in a coherent manner, if we are not working collectively, if we are not collaborating, it's meaningless, totally meaningless. The problem is just too big. It's like, it's all good and well for you to win man of the match, but if your team has lost, we're not interested in your little trophy. We want the team to win. So we can't afford not to work together. So when you call the president, we said there's all this work that men are doing, but they're not coordinated, they're not coherent. So you saw the term Takwani Remets, a vernacular expression for less than together. We said we need to somehow organize men's formation, institutionalize men who are working in health and community development. as we're organizing, you know we organize most all the time. We organize for alcohol, to hustle, we organize to even war, to go to wars. So we said, let's develop a document that guides this psychosocial response so that we don't organize for the usual thing. And we took leave from the women who as far back as 1954 developed the Women's Charter, and that actually brought the 56 March. So we said, let's have a document that also guides us. And then the program of action that somebody spoke about accountability, so that we measure the slogans and the poems and the nice speeches now through numbers and rates in terms of which directions they're going. And of course, we need to recognize men that are community developers. So from 2015, we introduced the charter. We thought it's going to be a quick process. To this day, the charter is still in a draft, and so it must be, because we got stuck at the definition of a man. In my previous world, I was a clinician, seeing patients. It's very easy for us to say, what is a man? We just look at one part. We check, sorted. But then you meet priests, they say, no, your moral depends on, and then you meet traditional leaders, and they say, no, you must via the mountain that you said it's much complex. You come to the urban areas, they say, no, how much do you have before you can talk about being a man? So it seems like this is a very complex question to what we thought was a simple answer. So, I mean, throughout definition, consultations and dialogues, the best we could do with so far, and I'm hoping that as, scholars, you will support and really indulge with this question of us as South Africans finally defining, when you cross the border and you enter via Limpopo or the sea, you must land here and you say, this is how this group of guys define themselves. The current working definition is we have in our men's charter define a man as whose consciousness is a reflection of their regard for themselves as an adult male. Being a man is not a matter limited to biology, gender, sexuality, religion, culture, or socioeconomic status. A man is he who is productive, protective, and a caregiver in society. A certain consciousness that responds positively to matters in his society. So that's our current working definition. The charter has got a total of 26 articles. So in chapter 1, it's about the definition, and then there's a list of responsibilities that have been put there. Chapter 2 is declarations. They quite range from human rights all the way to the South African brandhood and nationhood, but in between you've got gender equality. So we'll work together in developing our charter as South Africans. And we're not rushing this process. Every single household must engage with this document and consent and contribute to it. And then chapter 3 is more about provisions, which is like the administrative aspects. Now, as we do this work, it's going to be absolutely critical that we distinguish between the men's movement, which is this, what we're doing here, and the movement of men. Because if we don't make that distinction, we run the risk of the chicken and egg argument, which will get us into a tailspin. We speak a lot about patriarchy. When Prof. Nhlapo, in his absence, woke up this morning, he did not say that I'm going to be one of the 26 VCs who's going to be a male, and only 6 will be female. And I'm going to support my other 20 colleagues to push gender inequality and oppress women. That's not what he wakes up in the morning praying for. He wakes up probably saying that I want to be the best I can be, build this country, and support my family. But somehow patriarchy lands him in this position, like many of you here as men. And so when you talk about the men's movement of men, we're talking about an over 200,000-year-old, and you can even go before we evolved to become sapiens, the wise homos, humans, where it's really a coincidental, unintended, incidental dominance of men in social, political, and economic spaces, and it's anchored on patriarchy. whereby the men's movement, which is what we're doing here at CPT, because that one, you're dealing with a system. There's no emotions. You have to dismantle it very scientifically and consciously. With the men's movement, this is where we can really also transform now individuals, where we are gathering and organized consciously, coherently, and we're interconnected as men with the purpose of specific concerns facing men anchored on gender reform. Now, we do not have enough time. This would require the 3 days that the lady was speaking about. I wish I had more time to really break this down, but the beauty of it is that as the men's movement consciously now, here, we are at an era, if you look at number 8 there, where increasingly organisms are shaped by intellectual design as opposed to natural selection. Some of the food that you're eating and GMOs and even ourselves, with all of your phones here, natural selection is playing a smaller role as more than ever before, as this current labor, industrial workforce or office workers. And it's very clear that beyond the 4th industrial revolution, the future is going to be that intellectual design is going to be the basic principle of life, which means that what we say here, the conversations we're having about redefining masculinity, have a crossroad of really defining how we can achieve this noble dream of true gender equality. Because when you look at our history, there's something very, and somebody's is like saying the truth. So we have to confront, and it's good to be speaking at this institution about this topic, because the history has demonstrated that something happened 12,000 years ago that just exploded patriarchy. And that's when we domesticated plants and animals, and we lived in big groups, so we needed to be governed. And it was universal that in every culture, even those who never met, before, was it 1492, when we reconnected again in different continents, and, Cook and Columbus met their old lost cousins. But even then, patriarchy existed with humans that had never met before. So whether you went to the Incas or Mayans in the Americas, or you were in the dynasties and empires in the East, or you were there was just patriarchy everywhere. Every system that had chiefdoms, kingdoms, and states just had male leaders. Even the exceptions of your Queen Victoria's, Elizabeth, and so forth, those, they proved that the rule rather than the exception. So there's something universal about patriarchy that we need to critically scrutinize. And so it raises that question to say, what is it about qualities of men that are so valuable in society? And we need to confront it. And this is not some abstract. Even you can imagine in your own villages, if you started carrying wood on your head, we're going to compose songs about you. Even the ladies will never date you again. Moving wood from A to B is something that we all do, but immediately it's on the head. It's a complete woman's function, completely. But you introduce a donkey cart, it's completely male. You'll never find a woman on a donkey cart. It just doesn't happen. Cow dung, women, they plaster all the time. The walls, everything. If it's at eye level and it's on the ground, it's by hand, it's a complete female function. Immediately you introduce a scaffold, and that thing it's a complete male function. Water tanker, a man delivers the water on a car, the woman will kill them. So there's something about value, and there's somebody from SRC who spoke about numbers. So we need to critically look at this excitement around 50-50, what, because it's not about numbers. There's something that we just devalue when it comes to femininity, and we need to scrutinize the history of that. So I'll move with a bit more speed. The men's movement is rather quite a recent phenomenon in South Africa, and I know we've got the Butlantis by Samatot and so forth, but those were patriarchal spaces. They were just delivered by this history that we saw growing, from about 12,000 years ago. And it was recent where we started consciously now mobilizing purely as men to solve men's issues, without the patriarchal systematic deliverance. And we saw this growth to an extent that by 1996, Dr. or Prof. Bongani Kumalo even introduced the South African Men's Forums because of these groups that were growing for networks. Later on, I'm from the SANAC Men's sector. By 2012, we also started the SANAC Men's sector because we needed to coordinate the various organizations. So we started seeing networks. And then we even started seeing campaigns. The earliest one was around, was in 98, William Million's Men's March, and then there was a Brothers for Life around 2008 that came through. Not in My Name campaign, where we signed declarations to end violence. So you started seeing these national campaigns. No Excuse, we launched in 2017. Men Championing Change in 2018. And you know, we even have from last year the National Day Against GBV by His Majesty Mrs. Zulu. So we've seen all these growth of national, but with provincial, community, even just local campaigns that have grown over the years. And to a point where, in my first slide, we just needed to now get it together. We called the president to say we need to institutionalize. Now we've looked to Parliament, and the reason was simple. Men, authority is everything. We even questioning why is Tumisho the one organizing this, not that one. So if you don't manage authority around us, you are creating war. We will even kill each other for leadership. We do. So we didn't want to take a chance. We approached Parliament to say, Parliament, we need an authority that can neutralize all our egos and our competitiveness. So we launched the Men's Parliament in order to become that platform that introduces our collaboration and coordination in a coherent manner. And it's its mandate in terms of public participation. And also the person spoke about accountability, which I'll touch on later. And fast forward, which I'll break down the Parliament framework, it got to a point whereby we had a strategy now where we could really account, because accountability is a big, big part of Parliament. And we got to a point whereby in our third, we go to the national once every 2 years. So last year, 2022, we finally took a resolution to introduce a program of action that will be launching on International Men's Day on the 19th of November. 2 flagship NSPs on GBVF, as well as the one on HIV, TB, and STIs that we follow, but it's also about dealing with all the social development, economic growth, as well as, you know, serious crime in our communities, including the burden of disease. And so one of the key resolutions was to activate community men's parliaments, and the post-school education and training sector was seen as a critical player in terms of their role. So the 26 universities, the 50 TVETs, the 9 community education and training centers are going to be absolutely critical in establishing these men's councils. As I said, it's about coordination. If you want to beat Sundowns, you can't beat it with a 1 star of Chiefs. You need the entire machinery to operate. Yes, I'm Sundowns, by the way. So this is about beating Sundowns. We all need to come together. As CPUT, we must see ourselves within the community of higher learning institutions, which means that we must build a coherent system where we all know and are rest assured that as we're doing this year, the guys in VERS have got it, the guys in all the institutions are doing the same thing. We've got each other. You know, the same way if you're a striker, you play knowing that the guy who defends has got your back. You don't have to worry in a pursuit to win. But we're including other sectors, as indicated, that we're not in isolation, including traditional leaders and so forth. So we did launch on Tuesday, led by the highest office, the Transforming Mentalities. So this is going to be happening throughout all the institutions of higher learning. So we are not alone in this journey. And then in terms of the call to action, I'll get into more detail in this. Colleagues, if you are excited about GBV and dealing with GBV, you are actually not dealing with GBV. I'm going to have to disappoint you grossly. This space is not exciting. Okay? If you're dealing with it at that level, at the events level, you are not meaningfully dealing with GBV. This is not about your yellow underwear over your pants with your grandmother's blanket and the Zorro mask, rescuing screaming women. That will get you cameras, that will get you acknowledgements, that will get you awards. This is about dealing with the invisible. GBV happens at the bottom of the pyramid with your mental models, which are basic values that you carry yourself, and that speaks to what you believe, which is not scientific, but you deeply believe it, and it's your principles without any facts, and you hold on to it because that becomes your beliefs, which then turn into your attitudes, and your attitudes then determines what you normalize in terms of what you say, which includes problematic language, how you objectify. Somebody talked about the inability to dress as they wish, and your gender stereotypes, and that's where you build violence from. So we need to transform our mentalities as a system, as systems thinkers, as it defined. We also need to deal with the structures, redesign the structures in our communities. I'm glad the person who prepared this stage understands that. You can see the chairs, it's gray, middle gray, and gray. The middle ones are darker gray. The flowers are also coordinated. Structure matters. That's why you're not beating each other up here. There's no litter. The noise is nice and low because all of this thing, there's no free will, colleagues. Neuroscientists, behavioral scientists will confirm it to you. You don't think only to say, I'm going to scream or I'm going to be quiet. Your environment decides for you as well. It's not easy for somebody here to just shout. Shout. It's quiet because the environment just has that influence of controlling your decisions. So we need to redesign our structures. So it's very boring. We have to pick up paper, guys, to stop GBV. So you said earlier, don't say I'm not a rapist. You are a rapist. If you've thrown a paper on the ground, you've contributed to rape. Yeah, you have. Because the rapist does not rape in isolation. They look at the environment. If it smells, if it's dirty, then they see this area is not looked after. It means I can get away with this thing. So we are all in it. And of course, the patterns, that's when we need to meet. That's why we established the men's parliaments so that we can monitor the trends and respond preemptively. Just sort of about the time, I really move with speed now. This I'm just going to say, let's deal with it throughout life. This is not a once-off. Every stage in life has to be accounted for. So you guys are at that stage of being single and young. There's peculiar areas that we need to deal with at that stage. That includes making sure that we avoid unintended pregnancies, STIs, in terms of just the choices that we make in terms of behavior, but also moving to being adults, of dealing with issues of fatherhood and parenting and fertility. And this is what I touched on earlier to say, to transform mentalities. Remember, I spoke about changing mentalities from the bottom of the pyramid, because failure to do that, then you normalize it there. There is no such thing as an isolated incident of violence. By the time you see blood on the floor, it's the last brick on a pyramid that we all brought bricks to contribute to. So the next layer, by the time you degrade, you are well entrenched in the normalized of problematic language and stereotypes. So when you start cat whistling and harassing, following, stalking, sending those dick pics that are unsolicited, verbally abusing women, being a menace to society, you've already graduated. You're in high school now. And while not all of us will finish high school, some of us will go to higher education, where we start to now coerce and take people's rights away, autonomy away. So on Fridays, instead of buying a nice gin or whatever, we go for Russian bear because we want to get the girl drunk, make sure they don't make decisions that are sober, taking away autonomy, threatening so that somebody does something that they really don't want to, even cohesion, just tiring somebody into giving you sex. Somebody can get tired and just give it because it's too much now. You're just coercing and are on them. So by that time, even some of us will see, this one is very close to being a rapist. So by the time you become an actual rapist, you've graduated all these steps. So by the time you see a woman being killed, we all brought a brick to the party. And of course, let's look at our ref count with masculinity. Let's allow ourselves to swing and not get stuck there with hypermasculinity. There's areas that we'll need for us to access femininity. You know, if you're going through a tough time, there's nothing wrong with being empathetic and accessing your feminine side, you know, so that you come back to the normal. The problem that kills us is when we stick to that hypermasculinity side and we refuse to come back. That's when we kill each other at taverns because somebody said hi to your girl. Sometimes access your vulnerability of femininity and then come back. So let's try and stick to that normal ref count. And as I said, it's going to be boring. The basic things, let's become street champions in our campuses. Pick up the litter when you see it. Tell the VC to cut the grass if it's overgrown and remove the weeds. Or if the lights are off, report it, because not all you here are doers. Some of you are reporters. So report when the sign is not painted. And the something, you know, that small broken window, you know, report it. And sit on the heads to make sure that things are fixed all the time. But what you can do it, okay? If you can, just sweep, man, outside your door. Your room can be messy, but what we can see, just fix it, you know. Your entrance, let it be nice. You know, if it's not nice, scream, this entrance is not nice. I went to a medical school, our entrance was not nice, you know. So fix those things that are basics. And also just social disorder. Make sure that you don't vandalize. Make sure that there's no public nuisance. You know, you don't engage in loud and noise pollution and unruly behavior. Petty crime, guys, and just the small things. Those are the things that build up. Try to cross the road at the right place. You know, so as I say, it's going to be boring, you know, in terms of dealing with GBV, because the rapist sees us breaking the laws, the small laws, and they realize that the society does not care about laws. So when you cross a road where you're not supposed to, you're actually contributing to violence and criminality in South Africa. You know, so let's deal with those, including the physical challenges. As I go towards the close, we're going to institutionalize men's parliament here. It's not an option. At national, we meet once every 2 years at the National Assembly here in Cape Town. We took a resolution when we went for the first time in 2018 that we're going to launch districts twice a year in April and October, following the provincial, which sit in November. And then in local municipalities, when we went back in 2020, we said, let's launch all the 226 local municipalities. Those sit quarterly, specifically December, March, June, as well as September. And then when we went back this year to the 2022, we brought the higher education. They resolved that we must now launch the last layer of the parliament, which is community. So the higher education is a community. At this level, we're going to sit every single month. And somebody spoke about accountability and how do we make sure that we respond. So we are calling on us to every single month sit at the last Wednesday for a sitting. But in between, we are actually going to turn Wednesday into a day of men. So you're saying it can't be a once-off. We're saying Wednesdays, it's a day of men. And it's not a day of GBV, guys. If you speak about GBV, you're not solving GBV. Wednesday we meet, we do sports, we pick up litter, we fix problems, we do the fun stuff even. As long as we're meeting as the men's movement, you know, this thing will sort itself out. So every single Wednesday, and we're speaking to everybody. We're speaking to health, to do men's health in clinics on Wednesdays. We're going to speak to radios, to have shows on Wednesdays about men. Just Wednesday is going to be a very masculine day. Women, you've got your Thursday, Sheila's night, ladies' night. So you're sorted. So we're right behind you there. So we are calling this institution to be part of that. We already have got a 6-member committee that's going to make sure that this is coordinated, working with other institutions. I've actually been given the name, say to me, Show from the Transformation Office, Anele from NESDEV, Apile from DSA, Dr. Kuhle from Convocation, Zimsele from He for She, and Tamsanga from SRCSG. So you guys are our 6 guys who are going to meet, as we meet every Wednesday. Now the last Wednesday, because they were meeting for fun. You know, it's open, it's fine. We'll even go to strip clubs on Wednesdays. Hey. Yeah. So, So yeah, you meet at the month end. You collate all those reports of our meetings. making sure that you've measured now the serious stuff. You've checked the rates of harassment, have they gone down? The rates of all these various unintended consequences, so that you collate them with other institutions and you put together a high health report. And that report will then lend itself into the local municipality, well, here or a metro, so it will find itself also but I think you have regions here. It will find itself into the district, so the City of Cape Town report. When we meet in April, we'll report it at the chamber there in town. Somebody the chairperson of this region will report on the behalf of the institution, taken to province in November, where we report the provincial process, and then once every 2 years, there will be a national report of how the higher institutions are doing. In closing, I'm going to leave you with a quote that says, it's hard to imagine a more stupid or dangerous way of making decisions than by putting those decisions in the hands of people who pay no price for being wrong. So it is us who make women to weep. It is us who make people to bleed. It must be us who transform these mentalities and take the lead. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Matome. I must say, when you listen to him speak, you are quite passionate about your work, which is quite admirable. I quickly want to give a brief summary for those of you who perhaps missed a few of the points mentioned here. I like to make notes when people speak. So, Dr. Matome, you said the following: the importance of change is within the students. A polycrisis exists, talking about socioeconomic disparities, the burden of the disease. This is a serious crime. You gave quantitative statistics shared about HIV disease, social qualities, single parents' homes, raising children, which leads to a great issue of mental health at the end of the day. Emphasis placed on the working together with other institutions, talking about a collaborative partnership, and the document, which is the charter, which is in draft form. A complexity of definitions is linked to what does it mean to be a man. Patriarchy's role in one's identity, a brief history of mankind's evolvement. We saw the image up in front. Inspection of men's role in society, and he shared some narratives leading to a resolution about the way forward outlined. The kind of conference should not only happen once, but it should happen not only here, but at other HEIs. Explain the deep-seated principles of GBV, where we usually attend an event, but it needs to lead to transformation. Transforming mentalities, and it means coming down, fixing the basics. So can we give another round of applause to Dr. Matome? At this juncture, I'm going to open up a space of a few questions or comments for our speaker. I will now open it up. Where are the floating mics around? Good. So we'll take, let's say, at least 4 questions so that we can move on with our slot. If you have asked a question before, can we ask those who have not asked a question to be granted the opportunity firsthand? If not, okay, we've got one hand in front, and then okay.
Well, my name is Mbuso Chaka. Originally, I'm from the Eastern Cape, from the former homeland of Transkei in the rurals of Butterworth. Well, thank you for the speaker for raising a number of issues. You know, in the country right now, we're experiencing serious problems in both genders, men and women. We've got serious problems. You just mentioned, you hinted something that at some stage when you walk at night, it's a man that will fear another man. It means as men, amongst ourselves, we've got serious problems. And we've got classes around men that we cannot get rid of it for several reasons. We've got serious stereotype. You know, Our upbringing, from where we come from our parents, the moral values and the norms that we have learned from our parents, those were for that time. For example, I can tell you now, most of us, we're from the parents, they live the life of those days. It was okay for our parents in the past, in a marriage, to have so many kids outside the marriage, but not anymore. Because today, what we're experiencing right now, if you are not submissive to your partner or to your wife, you are not going to have it. You understand? If I can put it in Xhosa, if awufuna umamela kunkosikazi wakho, awuziba naye. It's like that. You understand? But the challenge that we have as men these days, the stereotype that we have, for example, I can give you one example right now. If I'm getting visited by men in my place and they find myself cooking, although they are going to eat that food, but when they get out, what they are going to comment about that well, this man in his house getting bullied by his wife, is cooking, is washing dishes, is doing all of sort of things. It's a stereotype that is there, which we need to get rid of it, which I really understand that these are the issues that are burning amongst men. You understand? Even that creates a lot of divisions amongst ourselves. Now, even if you grew up in the rural areas and someone grew up in the urban areas, there is that division as well, that you are not a real man if you come from a certain environment. But the challenges that we are facing currently, I know, once we talk of GBV, it's only one-sided. It's one-sided. That's another mentality that is there. It's a man abusing a woman. There is no woman that is abusing a man. You see? Even if you go to the police stations around the country right now, there is a section on GBV. And the only thing that comes first in that section is the man that is the woman that is going to sit there reporting getting abused by a man. Now, we are experiencing those challenges right now. But for us to get rid of this, I understand another lady that was commenting earlier, was that it's something that we can deal with it, bringing every man in this venue, or we make it as if it's a rally to a stadium to address it now. It's not something that is going to end it now, but all of us, as long we take a full responsibility to do the right thing. Even the latter speaker mentioned that if you cross the robots while they are red as a pedestrian, that is completely wrong. We are passing that to another generation, and then other people are going to do worse things than that one. You understand? Otherwise, from my side, I want to say we have got a problem that need a political will. We need to instill certain values and morals and ethical standards, especially to young generation right now. But I'm worried about the young generation today, because if the VC was here, I was going to tell him maybe in one night, can you take a drive around the township on one Saturday, just drive at night, and you see centers of entertainment that young people are focusing on it, especially the black young people. And we're entrusting this country to those people. You understand? Drive around the Marine Drive in the middle of night in the suburbs. You'll find that a certain race is developing their kids on netball, on tennis, on rugby. But the ones that we are talking about today, their focus is on entertainment. But that's what makes me to be worried that this country is going to be led and get to be entrusted full responsibility to those people, their mentality it is. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have one more question? Okay. Yeah, but we have to also adhere to a time frame that we have. We cannot sit here. We cannot be. We have to give an ear to everyone, but we can also do that within a certain time frame. Okay. Please pass the second person. Where's the second? Okay. Could you please pass the microphone to the individual, please? And then straight thereafter, we have to move straight to the next 4 speakers. Thank you. Go ahead.
Thank you so much. Again, my name is Lutwe Ndeleni. To the speaker, doctor, that has just spoke, I think it's Khana, right? Yeah. Khana, yeah. Doc, it's one. In fact, I think it's 2 questions. Straight to them. These 6 people that we are talking about are going to represent in Parliament. I think the local that you're talking about, it's CPUT community, right? Yes. So who gave you the names? And how did it end up that it's these people? And I believe, and I stand to be corrected, that there is no single queer body in those names that you have mentioned that are going to represent us as queer bodies. And who knows that they are men? Into those 6 people that are going to represent us into this men parliament. So I need an answer. Who elected or who appointed these men or who referred these names to you? And who is one of the members of, who's the person in one of the 6 members that is representing or is the queer body? Because I saw the magamba of many available men. And if they are going to represent us as men of CPUT, I believe that we have a right to elect or to choose democratically the people that are going to represent this institution or this community, because we're also part of this community. So you can't have people that are going to represent us, but you do not know those people, and how do they end up being elected? They're going to represent us in parliaments. Thank you so much.
Thank you for that question, Ludwe. Do you have a response, Dr. Tome, so that we can move on? Thank you so much.
Oh, no, thanks. I'll start with the first. I think. Sorry, I missed the names. It was quite a broad comment on a range of issues.
Yeah.
So I'll also, in a way, be broad to your response to say, you know, in the last about 200 years, we've gone through very rapid changes. All of us are now either labor force or office workers, you know, with that revolution of the industrial world. And if you look at it from the history of our existence, I mean, the 10,000 years before then, we were almost universally, all of us, herders in terms of domesticated plants or farmers with the domestic animals. And that is a blink in the history of humanity. If you go back, we were, for many, many thousands and thousands of years, hunter-gatherers. And evolution has shaped us over many years. I mean, our common ancestor is 6 million years old in the form of our grandmother, who's some ape. And that has gone into our genetics. Where I'm going with this is that there's a lot of changes that are happening so rapidly in our nature of who we are that are playing themselves out in a lot of, you know, some of the dynamics that you raise, which makes these meetings so important, so that as men, we sit around and have conversations that bring us to speed with these changes. I mean, you spoke about relationships and how those dynamics, if you compare, and I'm talking about our nature as men, our DNA, our genes. You know, for the longest time as hunter-gatherers, there's some controversial but credible arguments that we don't even come from monogamous situations, as communities, and that's why there's this thing of a child is a child of a village, because a woman did not know who the father really is. We were communal. We didn't have private property. We lived in very communal. DNA is as recent as, I think, the 90s, So when we just evolved million years ago, we evolved and developed certain natures in us that are, you could argue, not compatible with modern society. I mean, if you ask yourself, why do you have this explosion of non-communicable diseases and just the way we eat, those are hardwired DNA things. Back in the day, you met a tree with ripe fruits. You had to eat it quickly because you were competing with birds, with monkeys. So this high-wire thing of eating sweet things, it's higher in us. So even if your fridge is full, there's Woolworths down the road, you're going to eat that ice cream until it finishes because your nature is still stuck with that DNA that must gobble down, So these conversations it has to be conscious, these issues, because our nature is at a lot, having this cognitive dissonance in terms of how we interpret the world. And so the spaces that you're talking about becoming very critical so that we can reconcile this changing world. And it's changing very rapidly. As I mentioned in my slide, that intellectual design is actually going to be the basic principle of life. No more natural selections. When you see animals and lions and they're majestic, it's because they're moving at a nice at a nice steady pace. Nothing is changing much in lions, There's no technology, there's no apps, so that's why they're able to be up to date with who they are. Whereby with us, we are stuck between modernity and our DNA. So we have to really engage in these spaces so that we're not superficial and dismissive about this behavior, but we understand them deeply, and that's why institutions of higher learning are so critical. So in a broader sense, is from that perspective. The question on who's selected and so forth, every process must have a start. And I'm not a fan of merry-go-round. I don't buy this thing of chicken and egg. You need to start somewhere. We can raise voices and lower them down. We need to start somewhere. And getting into these fancy discussions gets us nowhere. As a mass movement, we move. We have to move. The country is burning. We're not going to entertain politics. And we know about elections. We know about fairness. It will get there. It has to get there. Nati, I'm from Sanak Men's Sector. We're having elections this month of men, where we're going to gather men across the country to elect new leaders of Sanak. But when I started in 2012, I was just told in a room, hey, you're going to be our chairperson. Because there was nothing. We were starting. So, and that's the reality. Those who put their names up, thank you very much for doing that, because you got us moving. So the point one is raising. So the point one is raising is that the point that is being raised is that the issue of elections is a given. It's what we do. I've just said myself, I'm up for elections. So I'm not naive to the concept of elections. I don't need to be taught about elections. The perspective is that in 2012, when I became the chairperson of MEN in Joburg, it was literally in a room to say, you'll be the chairperson, because the systems were not there. So the structure that you're seeing, which I don't know the back end, but the reality is that, to the point of Ndumiso, is that CPUT is the first institution to activate this process. And in activating it, we needed a group.
There is no way that there is more staff than the students. Only one student has represented into that seat. The majority is the staff, permanent staff of this institution.
Let us.
Why can't we be represented as students? More special.
Ludwig.
You are not answering that question. You are putting around the bush.
Ludwig.
All right. So So the point is that the structure, and I'm going to say it for the third time.
The structure is there to get the process moving.
Yeah.
It's that simple. The processes that is being engaged on are a given. I didn't say they might happen, they are a given. The process of people being elected is going to be what this structure is going to be putting in place, the mechanisms, engaging with all the stakeholders of the university. So that is the long short of it, to say this structure is to get the process moving. Because without the process moving, we will never get to the noble point that I've alluded to, where we are now even including IEC with our elections. But we didn't start at that level. We started at a very flawed process, but that process got us moving. So it's a very simple process. As this structure increases, you know who to go to now have these conversations and assist that structure in putting mechanism in place, because that structure must be owned by CPUT and the students, and it must be a legitimate structure which has got the moral authority of being an elected structure as soon as possible. So that is the long short of it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for your response, Dr. Matome. I think Ludwig is concerned about who is being included and who's being excluded when it comes to these meetings. That is your great concern. And it is vital, it's a critical question that you're asking, who's being marginalized? Who is not having their voices heard? So again, it comes back to TOMISO. We have to say, we have to reconceptualize who's being included in the conversation when it takes place. And if you put your hand up to wanting to be included, Ludwig, by all means, we can run it by him. Okay? Right, people, we have to move on with our program at this very stage now. I'm going to hand over to Mr. Kevin Peterson from our disability unit, who will be talking about the experiences of men with disabilities. I think we can remain seated. Are you comfortable that way? Seeing that we're having a panel discussion. Over to you.
All right. Good afternoon, everyone. First of all, I just want to speak to TOMISO and the organizers and say, in terms of, because it's a men's conference, right? It means men of all backgrounds, men of all, whether you queer, as my colleague over there said, and even men with disability as well. Because as I sit here and I look across the audience, and correct me if I'm wrong, but I see no person with disability, no man with disability within the audience. And I'm not sure if it has been promoted that it's open to all men or just to men that aren't disabled. So when we do speak about men and men's conference, we need to include every single man, whether they have a disability, whether they queer, whether whatever they put themselves out to be. If they classify themselves as a man, then they should also be involved in the conversation. And just a quick thing to talk as well on that 6 people that was chosen. Is there a person that represents a man that has a disability? Because whenever we have conversations on men or any type of conversation, for example, disability is always the last thing on the agenda. It's always, or sometimes it's not even on the agenda at all. And I think that needs to change a bit, because there's a lot of people with disability out there that has many more expertise than I do, even though I don't have a disability. There's a deaf guy that has a law degree. I don't have a law degree. So in society, as a man, but not just as a man, as a person with disability, they're always being marginalized, they're always being controlled, if I could put it that way. And you know, in society, as a man in general, it is kind of tough, because you are put out to be a leader. You are the one that need to stand strong for the family. You are the one that needs to do this, you need to do that, just because you are a man. And there's times where a man goes through trauma and hardship and difficulties, and there isn't a place, or there is places out there, but as a man, because I need to be strong, I feel it's not right that I should speak out about how I feel because society says I need to be strong. But now if I don't speak out, or if I do speak out, I come across as soft and I come across as feminine. And then it's like, he's not a man because he's got this problems and that problems. And we need to change that narrative and say, look, being a man and speaking out of what you're feeling and how you're feeling, it's good, because at the end of the day, all that hardships and all that struggles leads to a man deciding, I can't take this anymore. And it leads to suicide. And a lot of the times, suicide is always the final destination for a man that can't take things anymore. And with a person with disability, or as a man with a disability, things are a bit more harder and a bit more tougher, because there's extra challenges that comes with being disabled as well. And being a child of a father that is deaf, father that has a disability, growing up, I've seen the struggle that he's went through. But at the end of the day, it's all because he's been given the platform to be independent on his own. He's been given the platform to express how he feels and express what needs to be done and what he feels is best for him as a man. And I think if we do that, and instead of telling the person, no, this is what's best for you, or that is what's best for you, it opens up that platform where they start to feel more confident in themselves, and they will start to come to more engagements, because at the end of the day, that specific engagement that has been put out there is associating for them as well. They have the confidence to come out to those engagements. But because they don't get discussed on, and because it's not open for them, as they presume, because even though it is a men's conference and it's open for everybody, they feel as if it's not for them, because majority of the time they never get spoken about. They always get cut out of the conversation. And as an institute, as CPUT, we need to go back and look at what is it are we actually doing to assist students with disability. Even though there is a disability unit that is out there and assisting students, but the institute as a whole, not just rely on the disability unit itself, but the institute as a whole to come up and stand up and say, what do we as CPUT do when we have students with disability in our institute, and how do we stand out and assist them? And I think if we do that, there's going to be a lot of change that can happen and a lot of improvement that can happen. Because if you give them that platform to speak out, or you give them that platform to say, look, we've got this available for you, guide us, tell us what it is that you need, so that we can make it more accommodating for you. And there's a lot of men with disability out there that has achieved so much just because they were given that platform. And if we do that, there's a lot of change and a lot of accommodating, and you will see the difference that it will make. People will start to come out more. Men with disability will start to stand firm and say, I am a man, I have a disability, but I also belong in the society. So I think I am done for now.
Good.
Right.
Thanks, Mr. Peterson. We're going to hold on to comments and questions, and we'll go straight to the second speaker. Let's speak to Mr. Mhlumiso. Come, have a seat. I'll sit.
Okay. Thank you very much. My name is Zimisele Mlumiso. I'm from the Department of Mechanical and Mechatronics Engineering. I am the Deputy Secretary of the Academic and Professional Staff Association, which is a union within the CPUT. Mine is just to look at how do we face the issue of men's challenges within the union space. But let me start by saying, I can see, firstly, we need to speak this uncomfortable truth. And we know that Europe tells you that we must not forget the Holocaust, but they also tell us that we must forget colonialism, neo-colonialism, and apartheid. Because it was not the, it has passed. It's been 25 years in South Africa, so why are you still keeping it? Because one of these issues that we are facing is to change, or is after the change, when our fathers were taken to go and work in mines and then they became absent in our lives, our mothers raised us up. So it was the same system that now is coming back to us and telling us you are a problem. But what is happening is that they would create a problem because that system was designed to create a problem. That is why we can even stand firm today and say the only people that are having actually this crisis that we are losing an identity as men is black community. So we need to be very clear. That is why Mr. Chaka was saying the other race is very true. You drive where we are entertained, we are given the TV to watch the whole night while the other people are having, even their schools. You know, if you can go to Randaport, they've got 3 uniforms in one day, in one school, because there is events. In our ones, you have a fixed thing, you have this fixed curriculum that you need to go through and it must be done on time. That's the same thing. But when we come and we end up now forgetting who we are. Remember before the colonialism, in this area, young women used not to wear anything. They used to wear naked, they used to walk naked. And there was no problem about it. But when the colonialism came, they told us, no, that is indecent. You know, and then now you must start wearing. We even called the wives omakoti, marks on mark on tea. In Angogu, if you go to any household, what comes to your mind? Iti. That is a slave. That thing is hardwired it's on us. You know, now some men once said now Europe now decided to go nude. It means it decided to go to pre-colonized Africa. And now we are saying that is un-African. Now we end up even saying what was ours. We just disown it. They came and stole scrolls and gave it back to us as Bible, and we disowned it. To say, no, it's not ours, because it's repackaged in a particular way. So these are the things that are actually happening. Then we need to find who we are. Once we know and we have a sense of ownership, then it's very easy to deal with whatever that is distorted. If you drive on the R300, you will be told that it's a high-risk area. Do not stop. There is even displaying a number there to say, as soon as you have a problem, call this number. If your car stops, immediately law enforcement or traffic officers come to stay there with you. But we don't even have a sign of say, this is a high rape area. Please look after yourself. Don't walk alone. Now, it means we are setting as a particular failure because there are men that are lunatics. But we can't paint all men with the same brush. Now we come in the institution space. We are actually, when we are looking in our side, that's why the challenges that we actually faced. I think in the GBV, I said we are the people that are representing these alleged perpetrators. But ever since I became a unionist, I've never went to a disciplinary hearing representing a woman saying she has harassed a man. It's always a man harassing a woman. Does it because it does not exist? That's not true. Because the men, we are trained not to say anything. What are we going to do? We're going to kill ourselves. Once we kill ourselves, we go to an inquest. The inquest is not checking the reason why you killed yourself, it's verifying if really you have killed yourself. Do you understand? But when it's a woman, that is why, and when you mention the word harassment, whoever, even the one that was writing the policy, when you mention the word harassment, while you're sitting there, what comes in your mind? Men have done it again. You have not even listened to what actually is really a man or whatsoever. Do you understand? And the very first thing that the institution will do, you won't even get, once an allegation is made, the first thing is suspension, is dealing with you. There is no way of rehabilitation. Even if you would win in the CCMA or wherever, would say, no, we already filled your position. We can buy you out. That man, CPUT has chased out, is going back to the community. How are you reintegrating that man that was destroyed, where he's having an income, to be where he has nothing? So these are the issues that we need to be able to say on our side. The system is not on our side. Guys, we are on our own. Once we take that, then we are able to say, what then do we do? The system is not on our side. Then now the responsibility is on us to look after ourselves. Yeah, guys, do you know how many people are paying money every month to women that abamwina from a pub? Do you know that? Guys, I would advise you, if you study a case law, you'll pick up that most guys that are accused for rape, it was not really a rape at that time. Ne? We are not dismissing the issue. I know that the women will come and say, what about us? Now we are talking to men. Now this thing, you're too clever. Uzawuye pub, you get there drunk and then you're going to get home. You know the question that I'm going to ask in the morning? Who are you? Where am I? What did you do to me? Then you're in trouble, Buti. Now, that is the thing, Eti Kuni. That is why the city we are on our own. Is to say, you'll measure ubudoda bakho on how quick lando tunzamwina amnalala ndedwa kodwa bendidlela imali. Stop it, mfethu. Uzawuhamba uyolala ejele. Or uzawurenta akuxela banga I need we know that you are wearing a Transnet jacket. So it means at least you are earning more than 20,000 rands. I need 3,000 rand for the next year or else I'm reporting it. She has 21 years. I think now they even changed it in a case law that it doesn't expire. So you'll end up renting. You are on your own as men. The only way that we can only fix this thing is to be our brother's keeper. And we need to be able to speak the truth, Clausen's in the wrong, or something that we think might be wrong. So that is what I'm trying to bring across. And I think, let me end there. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Right, we're going to hand over to the Education and Transformation Officer, Central Student Representative Council, Mr. Koladi Boy.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for coming. Guys, don't leave after I've done. There are still other speakers and the program is long. First of all, we'd like to thank the program director, Mr. Tumisho. A job well done there. Thank you very much. Let's give him a round of applause, guys. Well done, well done, well done. Yes, our professors are here. Professor Bakaran is here. Professor Pambo is here. Mamarara is here. Our new deputy dean is here. Tatuma Pumlo, we welcome you at CPUT. Oh, please, they don't know you. Guys. There is, okay, guys. Yes. The first part, when I received this invitation, was about the theme, which said shaping our lived experiences to redefine our role. When I read that theme, I thought, what would I say just to indicate whatever we are discussing here, we are saying it from personal experience first. I remember in, I think 2021, when due to strikes, all those things, some get expelled, all those things. So when we were expelled, I got a job as a legal messenger. So when I was a legal messenger, I got this big tender that I must go to prisons and get letters for Mother's Day from prisoners. They wanted to send it to their mothers. Made good money out of that project. Almost half of the prison, they had letters to send to their mothers. Now Father's Day came now. I was expecting the same reception I received last time, many letters, 200 per letter. I was already calculated that if I get at least 10 prisoners, I'm rich here. I only got 2 letters. 2 letters. So I was asking the warden now, my connection there, what's happening today? Where are the letters? Well, I had to share this money. Remember, we must share this money. They told me, no, many people, they are disgruntled with their fathers. They don't want to write to anyone to show it's a social issue or community issues. But we are here at CPUT. You ask yourself, you will say, no, you are talking about jails. We are not in jail here. We are free people. I grew up fatherless, but didn't affect me. I went to university, I qualified. That's what you'll say as you sit here, thinking that you don't have scars or you don't have issues from where we are sitting. But we thank this program so that we can indicate to each other that in actual fact we have scars. Through this program, you see the issues and the depression and the anger that as an individual that you carry. You must remember, some of us are in SRC. We have the privilege of sitting in academic appeals, where we read when people fail at the beginning of the year, we read their appeal, we approve that you must get a second chance, we make a recommendation during those appeal process. When we read letters or those appeal letters from mails, whether it's academic or it's residential appeals, you will find that this person did not have a father figure in his life. Just from reading that letter, that's why we came up with this word, the transition of growing up fatherless. Because we have realized through science also, many people who lack discipline, who always end up in one problem or in trouble with one another, is because of what? The scars, they came with them to university. They brought those scars here. That's why we have this word called the transition. So remember, from the day you were born till 18 years or 20 years when you enter university, you had certain lived experiences with your single mother, you never got a chance with your father, you had all those baggages. You came with them here at CPUT. Now you are a first year. The first man you will see at CPUT when you don't have res is student activist. It goes to that question that was asked about the girls being harassed, everything, which as a leadership we have made it clear during this year that there is no way we will allow any student activist to try their luck with first years or anyone who just doesn't have res, for the understanding that it is a scar that you will be giving to that woman till she finishes university, till she leaves. Such accusations that you were highlighting, Mr. Mulumiso, they are true. That's why they start there. When you just arrived at university, you are looking for accommodation. Now you have got accommodation, you go to rest now. You are happy. some of us back off your life now. We move on. We look for new problems, new things to do. You get yourself friends who are in church. You have a test on Monday. They tell you we have a weekend prayer session. Now you have to go to that church, Manga. You want to be part of some society, some structure. You go to that church with praying the whole weekend, fasting. But Monday you have an exam. Monday come, you fail the exam. Now you have new problems. Due to what? Lack of discipline. And the scars that you came with, and you are trying to hide them in church or something. You don't want to confront your issues. Let's say you didn't go the church route. You meet friends. They introduce you to Emma Jonin, to alcohol and clubbing. So now the friends tell you, no, my friend, you don't have to worry about an exam. I know someone who was doing this module. They will give you that previous question paper. I will talk to my connection, you get a previous question paper, you are sorted. Let's go party there, Majonini or Epakini. Let's go to this A, B, C, and D. You agree. Because they will tell you most, they will give you this pill. That means you don't feel papalaze, you are excited, you are part of a community, a clique. As the doctor have said, it is our nature to be always wanting to be part of something. It's our nature. We can't run away from that part. You go there, you start failing, you become addicted to those pills, you get accused of these things like rape. Then you meet the SRC again when you are going to judiciary now. You are about to be kicked out of the university. Now we must go took your case there, and you can't even represent yourself well. You get expelled. Because the rules of the university are very strict when it comes to GBV matters. As we are there, there's this matter of, which was highlighted by the previous speaker, of men who fear other men. It is a cancer among men. For you to say you are a man, but you can't even tell your friend when he's wrong. You can't even tell your comrade or anyone that, Chief, you are wrong. Let's agree to disagree. You can't even tell your friend that, no, my friend, I think you must go start. Don't go to this part. Or I won't go with you to this thing because you are failing. As men, we are not being our brother's keepers, which is something we must start doing to each other. Like, for example, my friends, they know, one of them sitting there, Majav. There was a time when I was contesting the Majavu, he had to go and submit some CV. He didn't want to go submit it because he wanted to go support me so that I can win. I even told my friend, no, go there, submit your things. It's fine even if you arrive late, even if I lose. But as long as you get a job, I believe that we need to be such friends to each other that you don't say, make your friend lose an opportunity because you yourself want to get an opportunity through him. It's one of the things as men we must learn to do amongst each other. And remember, we're all coming from families. In all families, there's always that rich relative who runs the show. If there's a cow to be slaughtered, he's the one who buys the cow. And if you are a fatherless child, they always want to make you feel small, that no, umntana oyintombi wena angwalapha, all those things. There are such issues. As a man growing up in such families, you need also, when you are healing, to confront such demons, not through anger or shouting at people, but through sitting with those rich relatives and say, A, B, C, and you are doing to me, I don't like it. You are making me feel small, and it hurts me. Because if you don't confront such things, you are going to be that rich uncle yourself because you went to university. Now you want to repeat what was done to you now, to someone, to your sister's child, and say, because it was done to you, and no one defended you. You also want to repeat the same crime, which talks about the patterns, which the doctor said now, that we are creating a pattern of men who lack discipline, who feels better by making another man feel small and feel like nothing. It is those challenges that as men we must deal with. But we must also remember the last point. We have staff members here at CPUT, like yourself, professors, those who are hired. You are hired here, you have a job. We must agree that part. It's your job. But beyond your job, you must remember you are also fathers, especially the race parents. My race parent, when I was first here, Mr. Mkonde, the DGH, he was my race parent. You are also fathers to us, especially when we are first year or second year. We are still trying to find our feet in the university space. Besides you being a race parent, besides you being an RSA or Housecom or SRC member, you are a brother, you are a father figure to someone else. It is very important to carry yourself in that manner so that that student who sees you as a role model, you might not see yourself as a role model, but I can assure you there are students who see some certain staff members as role models that, okay, I'm modeling my life after this staff member. But now you, once you start disrespecting yourself or you start doing wrong things, you are also encouraging that same students who's looking up to you to take those trends of being maybe sometimes disrespectful or do certain things. So it is very important, staff members, they carry themselves with dignity. They always show love and discipline, especially to students, because students are copying them, their habits, and how they deal with the other students in group work due to what they see among staff members, how they treat each other. That's why we will end up noticing in some group activities, if you are in academia, when students are given an assignment, the certain cliques, maybe the certain black students, they want to be together, the color students want to be together. I saw wish lecturers were also here. It is our wish, especially some of us with education and transformation, that we break that pattern in group works. That you can't always see the same set of students in a group assignment together. They must mingle with that black child or with that colored or with that white kid so that transformation can reach its full power. Because now once we're always having these black students in group assignments or in tests together or they sit together in a certain corner, we are increasing this thing of division and discrimination among students. It is something as the current SRC are working towards with our SG there. In the committees we are deployed in, through programs we are trying to initiate in the university. Like for example, with Prof. Pakaran, there are things like winter school that we are working towards too, which are not yet finalized, but they are coming well. Why? Because we want a better CPUT than where we find it. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Kolani Boy, and it's also good to see you face to face, seeing that we attend the ITF meetings online. Okay, now we're going to move over to the Student Housing Department, where we will speak to Mr. Mashwanyela with a topic titled Promoting Men's Development Within Higher Education. Over to you.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is introduced is Kumani Mashwanyela. I'm the residence coordinator for Downtown Lodge residents. Before I speak, I wanted to chant a very quick song, but I'm cautious of time. But there's a message in this one. Diteke nditi doba indoda dasuka danila doba ndite mna doba indoda dasuka danila la. My bam. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks. To those who do not
understand the meaning of the song. It is the perception of African men that goes to manhood, that go to initiation school and think that they've got an entitlement to get drunk freely, disrespect women, parents and so forth. And it further goes to say that halala, halala, it means that people are really embracing, they are jubilating about alcohol, which is the sin in front of the eyes of God. Thank you for the participants. At times we ought to do the things that we're not privileged to do when we grow up in our upbringing. When we grow up as parents will make sure that they confine us within the rules of the household. You don't go out, at 6 o'clock you must be back and all that. Now once students get the freedom for the first time, they are entitled to come back from the clubs at 4 o'clock and all that. That's when they start to misbehave. It is of pivotal importance that as men we start having support groups. We go through a lot as men. Before going through a lot and the experiences that are faced by men, I want to talk about issues of as the university. We've got such a good university that has got supportive systems whereby first years are guided through Fundani. Dr. Nosisana Mkondo has got a first year experience, first year programs, this orientation and all that. We ought to make sure that students are well aware through the working hand in glove with SRC, Housecom, peer educators and so forth to make sure that students benefit from such. There is a second year program that maybe most people are not familiar with. There's also a final year program where the final student is supposed to support the second year. The second year is supposed to support the first year. The nice part about it is that when you are giving service to people, you get at an advantageous position, whether it's through your self-development, because you get to face challenges and questions that you cannot respond to with immediate effect. Then it tells you that you must go do research so that you can be prepared tomorrow. You might be facing maybe the other gender that likes power. You become powerful, but as a powerful man now, you get liked by ladies. That is where you're going to learn integrity, because you're going to be in trouble if you take advantage of women. And it's very important that the experiences that are there, well, they might be light when you're still first year, second year and all that. Let's experience such things. Let's go out and all that, but do not forget what you came here for. We live in a situation whereby men used to get married, they pay lobola. When you pay lobola, you take the wife, she comes to your household, she does all the chores and all that. Even your sisters as a man will ride on top of that woman to say that you must make tea at 4 o'clock and all that. It's not nice. It's no longer nice. It's not that it was nice before. But there's a difference now, because there are more rights for women, there are more rights for men, there are more rights for any other person that identifies himself or herself outside of a woman and a male and a female. It means that you get married, it means that you must be flexible to get into a roster. You must cook as well. You must do the washing. Nowadays, in society, there's women empowerment. There's serious transformation in society. You'll find that your wife today has had opportunities and she became an engineer, and she earns more than you. She gets busy when she gets back at home. She expects that you're not expecting her to come back and cook. It means that you must be flexible around those issues, and you must learn how far you can go. In the yesteryears, a role of a man used to be a protector of the house. It used to be a provider. I'm not saying you must stop now. Yeah, there are securities involved now. Even women get to karate sessions and all that. They get pepper sprays and so forth. In the yesteryears, it was not there. So slowly but surely things are changing now. Women are able to defend themselves. The narrative has changed. The doc has mentioned earlier on that it's no longer the same. The reasons for marriage, the reasons for men used to do some of the things, it's completely different now. One of my colleagues mentioned that he grew up under the guidance of the mother. Only the mother. The mother played the role of a father figure and a mother figure. So things are changed slowly but surely. They are starting to change. You ought to develop yourselves. If you still aspire to remain or to become the head of the house, or you want to be the man that you wish to be, it means that you must develop yourself. Development does not just come if you are a person that wants to be fashionable, you've got a FOMO, fear of missing out, you want to be present in every gig, you want to go to each and every bash. You are not going to make it. You are not going to make it. I liked it when a comrade next to me, Mr. Boy, said that he made an example of his friend who said that I told him that do not support me now. Go submit that CV. When we come back, whether I lose or not, then we'll take it from there. We have a responsibility. Some of you that are here are doing courses that they never thought that they would do. You just came to the university because you got those symbols that you thought that they were wow. Little did you know when you came to the university, you were told that no. We want a 4 in pure maths. We want this one and that one. In fact, you are not eligible to get into this course. You don't meet the minimum requirements. You end up doing a course that you never intended to do. It means that you are not going to be passionate as you are going to be passionate in doing what you wanted to do and what you like. Then you are demoralized in that process. Yes, it's already done, but you can change the career path maybe at a later stage. But the ones that come after you must not face the same challenges that you faced. It can't be like that. I can just pinpoint around and ask one of you, when last did you visit your high school where you matriculated from? It will be an embarrassment. It means that you do not care about the development of the ones that come after you. Why a microcosm of society? What is happening nationally? The PPEs that are being chowed, the corruption that is there and all that, we are doing it here in a small scale. Now, as much as we are doing it in a small scale, personally, I've got hope that universities are there to transform society. My worry now is that universities have become a hub of corruption themselves. We must not agree to that. We've got a responsibility to make sure that we don't agree to that. We only disagree to that by making necessary efforts and making sure that you report where you're supposed to report. Make sure that you report. Please be involved in issues that relates to career guidance. When you're doing that career guidance, you are also developing yourself. You're also cautioning someone that before you apply, you don't apply for this one. Maybe in grade 10, grade 9, you ought to do pure maths when you're doing life science and physical science, so that you get to engineering and so forth. You must go to prison as an outreach program so that you hear stories. You come back, you tell those stories. Issues of men's talk. We're doing this as a once-off. It's not going to make an impact that is intended to have. If we've got consistent engagement, I'm glad that one of the speakers mentioned that the Vice Chancellor is here and he is supporting this initiative. It means that it is going to be funded. I think it was this gentleman that it is going to be funded. Yes, we can get external funding and so forth, but most importantly, as the university, we ought to improve in terms of stakeholder engagement. We must see where we are lacking. We must see what are the challenges of the other department. What are the students getting challenged at and all that. How best can we find amicable solutions around that? You must be eager to partake in tutoring services. You cannot be a tutor if you do not excel in your own subjects that you are doing. So it means that when you come, there's a difference between high school and the tertiary level. When you are in tertiary, when you get to class, you must prepare for the session that you're about to attend. Then you ask clarity-seeking questions where you could not understand. It's not the same. Teaching and lecturing is not the same. So we need to make sure that you are on your toes. You must participate highly in group assignments, group assessments. Some of you don't know, you think that you are clever, that I'll buy a case, those one are going to do that assignment. Little did you know that an assignment is a form of preparation. before your exam, because things that that you get examined on, most of them they must have appeared on the assignment so it means that you must not escape. That is why most of patients die in hospitals, because the doctors that we have do not know the content. They benefited because they were part and parcel of a brilliant group. They became doctors. A public administrator, for you to combat corruption, you ought to have learned through public administration courses that this is not supposed to be done. When it comes to responsibility, if you want to have work ethic and so forth, make sure that everyone is responsible to combat corruption and so forth. You must have attended those classes and understood what is being taught in that module. Not this thing that we are doing of just escaping and expecting that we're going to do good national or in the workplace, yet we've escaped class. It's not going to assist us. Frans Fanon once said that each generation must, out of relative obscurity, identify its mission. It is upon that generation to determine if you are going to fail it or you keep it. Now, there are so many things that are happening within the country. If you believe that, I'm talking to men now, if you believe that government or Cyril Ramaphosa or PAC or DA or whatsoever, they're going to come and rescue us in the challenges that we're facing. No, hell no. I'm saying hell no because I've got an understanding that these old people do not care about transformation and the future of the country anymore. It is upon, you may say that, I'm making an example, you know. So I'm saying it's upon us and taking responsibility on our side to make sure that we do things, and when we are in the university, we must make sure that we take these things serious. The country is in tatters of anarchy when it comes to NH. There are structures like GCI, Green Campus Initiatives, where you can partake in and know that how do you recycle material, how do you recycle energy, how do you recycle water. Trust you me, if CPUT can be the trendsetters in terms of recycling water, and saving electricity and water, majority of you still brush your teeth whilst your tap is on. What kind of a country and what kind of a mission do you have as youth of nowadays? What kind of a mission is that? Some of us, because I'm saying us, because I must include myself in this problem. A person said that we are rapists and all that. Hey, but I'm very sorry. I beg to differ. I am not. I am not. I am not. But what I want to reflect on is that it is still normal that we go to the bathroom. You switch on the tap there by the showers. You go hit number 2. Now you spend 5 minutes, the water is running there. Electricity is wasted then, or that you tell yourself that your fees are already, you're already debited. Your fees are there already. Now when you look at the utility bill as a university, we check and we estimate that if we're having this cost now, next year it means that then you get your fee increment. It goes like that, it goes on. Now, if you become responsible within the universities of higher learning, then it means that when you go home, I'm from King Williamstown, when you get back to King Williamstown, you'll start to speak to your small group that you must not do this thing. It's costing the country and so forth. All those that are doing different courses, you must have the energy to capacitate yourself beyond the curriculum that is given within the university. I'll make an example. If you are doing education, says it's not provided, find means and ways to boost yourself in that career path. If you are doing public administration, do SAP, if you are doing HR, do PESAL or the latest technologies and so forth, you must make sure that you do that. I am inspired by the gentleman from Fort Hare, Professor Buhlungu. Professor Buhlungu is challenging corruption head on. How I so wish that we can have him as an idol, as CPUT community now, to make sure that as brave as he is very brave, and he has escaped so many bullets. I'm not sure all of us are going to be that safe if we go that route, but let's get into that. To cut the long story short, Tumisho and all the organizers, we are very thankful. We really appreciate all those that has made it possible, funding and so forth, that we engage in this matter. However, this is not enough. We envisage a situation whereby we are going to have a plenary that is going to have commissions, like Luto had said earlier on, that we discuss this point, make your own recommendations. We do benchmarking and so forth. It's a great idea that we get a bigger venue, but we must market it more and more. I want to thank the men that are here, because other men are in prison. Other men are rapists. Other men are robbing people on the street, but you chose to become the men that you are. Most of the time, men are not accepted. They are not embraced for their effort. Thanks a lot.
Thank you very much for that, Mr. Mashwanela. Students and colleagues, academics, what I'm going to do, I shall quickly just remind us, we are underpinned by Vision 2030, where we have human centricity being one of the concepts, where we respect everyone, diversity, and we listen when somebody speaks. And so if the group somewhere here, not there, somewhere here, could please just tone down a little bit for me. Okay, what I'm going to do is, I'm going to give a bit of an overview of each speaker's presentation, and then I'm going to open it up for comments and for questions. I'm going to start with speaker number 4, Mr. Mashwanela. He said, don't confuse the purpose of the initiation school. He said, spoke about the work of Undani with regards to the FYE program. He also said, don't disregard your purpose of being here at the university. He elaborated on the societal roles of males and females. It's important to develop yourself, seek worthwhile aims to develop, inspired individuals to work hard, encourage students to return to their former high schools, and encourage others after you. Become involved in outreach programs such as those of going to prison, doing prison visits. Become involved in tutoring services to help others. Encourage students to do cooperative learning activities. And then he quoted Frantz Fanon, who speaks about thinking positively in order to change transformation within the society. Speaker number 3, Mr. Kolani Boy, he started off by thanking the various stakeholders within CPUT for making this event possible. He also provided some insight into his life, how programs within CPUT transformed his own life. He spoke about transition of growing up fatherless as a concept which is being used during the appeals process when students want to come and study at the university. He spoke about his involvement in the FYE program, avoid the scarring of students entering CPUT. He said, learn to fix your friends when they are in the wrong. Confront toxic family matters. And a warning was also indicated, directed to us as academics, to set an exemplary role in our courses or our programs at CPUT. Mr. Mklomiso, he spoke about men's challenges within the union space, reflecting on a past system which resulted in fathers leaving their homes to go and work in the mines. You cannot paint all men with the same brush, he said. And then he spoke about a narrative shared about harassment, what it means. And then he also cautioned us and he said, be careful about your actions at the pub or at the club and what happens afterwards. And he ended off by saying, speak your truth. Our very first speaker, Mr. Kevin Peterson said, experiences of men with disabilities. Why are men with disabilities absent from this conference is one of the questions he raised. Many times disability is absent from the program. The role of men in households, he explained it. He touched on society's expectation of men. The result of not fixing challenges leads to suicide, he indicated. And unconsciously, men with disabilities are being excluded from formal engagements such as this one today. Another round of applause to all our men here in front. We're opening it up for questions and answers. Right there in the center, we've got 2 young gentlemen raising their hands. The one with the brown jacket and the one with the gray jacket. Those are the first 2. And then we've got a third speaker. Okay, you and you, just a second. Okay. Okay. Right, go ahead.
Thank you, Chairperson of the session. My name is Andy Lekolo. I'm the former Treasurer General of the Central SRC. Chair, I just want to comment on what Mr. Mlumiso alluded on. I fully agree with what he said, because as a daughter, I think we need to sit down and talk neziqu zethu kuba yintoni nale ingxaki yethu ingaka apha embatyweni. Because most of the problems that we face as men iqala phi kwimbatyo. You understand? That's where the problem started. That is why today we find a lot of men basejele, because they struggled to control their horniness. Secondly, we need to redefine the culture of going to the mountain. We need to ask ourselves, is the culture still relevant or not? Are we producing real men, or are we producing monsters? I'm talking this thing because this was supposed to be a men's conference, but it happened that there are women, so we must talk about it, because women, they are already here. We need to redefine the culture of going to the mountain, to ask ourselves whether are we producing real men or not. Thank you, Chairperson.
Okay. Which is on the SUPEC. Thank you very much, Program Director. And we welcome the presentation of the Honorable panel. Firstly, Kedam Lumiso, I grew up in a community where umsebenzi wendoda esaziwa nomsebenzi womntu ongumama esaziwa. As a man, we will go to emasimini silime while umntu ongumama esenza ukutya asiphathele isidudu, so that as we work akwazi uba asincede singapheli mandla. So the question is, how do we then unlearn the cultural beliefs, because they contribute greatly kwezinto sizidiscussayo namhlanje? Also, if you are a woman, in our culture, you are expected to be a subject of a man's needs. Also, if as a woman, I'll produce a umdan or a son, you can't be respected in a community because I'll contribute ekukhuleni kwe-family. Now, the history of the family is attached to a male born child. And if you are a female, you are equal as nothing to that family. Instead, ungumntu ozawuthengiswa uhambe uyokwakha eminye imizi. So how do we then unlearn zonke izinto? Also, there is a biblical problematic statement. As a man of faith, how do we then unlearn the teachings of the Bible? I think it is Genesis chapter 2, where you start reading from verse 1, the creation of Adam and Eve. You would, in fact, identify that according to the Bible understanding, when God says, let's create a man into our own image, women were not in the picture. Because the Bible says, a woman came into creation because Adam was lonely in Eden, and therefore they had to find a helper. To an extent that they made sure that indod yalala but remove from the man imbambo and create a woman. So how do we then respond to such systematical biblical beliefs which are patriarchal in nature and that promotes le violence ibone emadodeni? Lastly, Johnny, I grew up nanixelela into kokuba if uxabana nomntana oyintombazana fuck into ngalondo and then iza respect. And that has been our culture in our rural areas. How do we then unlearn ezo zinto ezinjalo? Because saqhubeleka ngosilapha ziyatitshwa kwela cala. So, where do we really begin? How do we transform? How do we decolonize our thinking? Inzima ke le journey yecawa. I would go kwizinto ezininzi. You have disciples of Jesus Christ, and when they recognize a woman, they simply recognize a woman as a follower of Christ, but not a disciple of Christ. While they will tell you in Dogokba, the news or the gospel of resurrection was revealed into a woman who was a follower of Christ. So, how do we then begin to unlearn ezinto zinje? Lastly, doctor, I wanted to direct that question to him. Oh, so sorry, Doc. Doc, I think when you were quoted here after your speech, program director said the importance of change is with the students. I'm not sure nobody bambegak, but I think this Amil. How do we then begin to speak about change whereas students are not really represented in the structures that are advocating for that change? And also, there is a question that was asked about men with disability. Also, there are no men with disability. We are a diverse institution. When I was checking the cultural balance, there is only one Zulu man with a Moria of Xhosa men. There are no vendors, there are no Swanes, there are no Sutus. How do we then bring inclusivity so that we make sure that all the cultures are represented, and whatever change that we are bringing is it's a cut-across kind of arrangement to contribute in building one smart CPUT. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay, Tomiso, just come down. Right, I think I'm going to open it up now for a response from our recipients here in front. Okay? So I'm just going to elaborate on the first question, spoke about redefining the culture of going to the mountain. The second speaker spoke about unlearning cultural beliefs and practices and unlearning teachings of the Bible. Go ahead.
Okay, it looks like this question were actually posed directly to me. I need to stand up. Mr. Klolo, I think the initiation school, it's a start
of being a man. Utata wafika engumhambi mhlawumbe uye esuthwini wandibuza into yoba ndiyindodana. Ndathi ewe, wandibuza uba ndikwazile unyamezela. Ndathi ewe, wathi ke loo nto uyawunyamezela ude uyowufanyana. So it means we need, we are just taught, we are just given we are given a path. There is nothing wrong with the initiation school. It becomes problematic in the interpretation when we come back. Now, I come to Unolusu. The issue of culture. People, I also said, we have an issue of ownership. Because you start first asking yourself, what is it that you own, which is yours? It is unculturally to abuse. That is why indoda ebethumkayo ibimlanda ngenkomo. You know, it is unculturally to take it by force. That is why it is unculturally. The issue comes with an interpretation. And it also, that's why I said this issue started when they knew that if we take fathers away, because their culture is not written on paper, they are going to lose it. We are not going to transform it in one day. But it needs us as fathers to be available in our sons. You know, I'm saying this thing, I've got a 16-year-old son. He's the best friend of mine. Now, I'm telling you these things that are actually possible. We can. But it starts here. And if you protect your own household, I'm now kill you in my house. You can do whatever that you do in another house. That's what we need to do. Now, biblically, let me tell you something. The Bible is an African book. And that was stolen from us and we were given it back in the form of a Bible. But they introduced chapters and verses so that we can start to read things in pieces so that it can fulfill the ambition of the missionaries. Do you understand what I'm trying to say to you? If you read chapter 2 of the Bible, the creation, it was not because Adam was lonely. Because if you are alone, he was alone, not lonely. He could not carry his duties to the fullest because he was alone. That is why God said we need to create a helper. It is also correct that God only took a rib. Why didn't he choose to take a head? Because the rib, you find it under your armpit and you have an arm. If you are trying to attack anyone, and if you are about to attack me in my rib, what do? I expose my arm in protection of my rib. Because this is a sacred place. Why do you find joy in abusing your own rib? Because you are the only creature that has a missing rib. So why do you go and take joy to busy? You know, I think Professor Sesandi was here saying, why you are busy abusing someone's rib? Maybe yours is being abused also. So if you can stop abusing someone's rib, maybe you'll find your one intact. Thank you.
Thank you. I thank you very much. We have to move this train ahead, everyone. I want to, Dr. Ntamo.
Sorry about this. If you maybe swap back, I just, because it's important that we just clarify this. So maybe if you swap one slide back. So in terms of that bottom structure of the monthly meetings and the 6 members, this is going to happen across all the 26 universities, all the 50 TVETs, and all the 9 community education and training centers, including the private institutions. We are now even going to go to DBE. Now, the point here is that it is the community that's going to build this structure. This structure is not going to be built by anyone. And in the earlier presentation when I started, I indicated that as the higher education community, you carry an additional burden to the rest of society. Because the best brains are here. We are actually relying on you to build this structure in a way that we can deliver it. I'm not undermining, don't get it wrong, but to traditional councils, to wards, because in that spaces, writing and analyzing is not our strength. So it's a given that you are going to develop this structure. The names that were presented is to get the ball rolling, because I indicated the issue. You see, paralysis is very dangerous. Once you get into this chicken and egg argument, you'll never move. And I made an example to say, when I was elected in 2012 at this level, there was no technicalities. I was just chosen. It was not democratic. It was not, but it got the ball moving. Because if at that time we argued to say who's legitimate, what not, we would not have moved. So this is to get the ball rolling. And now that the ball is rolling, all this discussion about inclusion, diversity, the platform is there now to engage them to a point whereby it's going to be elected, legitimate, endorsed by the collective. So it's really about getting the ball moving. And when other institutions begin to institute this, please, they mustn't start from scratch, because you would have moved 2-3 steps ahead. You must quickly come in to say, no, you can start from Madis 3 so that you move to, with speed. And by being the architects of this process, you carry even a bigger responsibility to do it with integrity, to do it to your best of ability, so that the other 25 universities don't suffer what you are suffering now, the noise and arguments. You would have given them a template. So I just want to raise this, but essentially, this is going to be the most critical structure for the community men's parliaments, and as we said, all the universities in the foreseeable future, institution of higher learning, you're going to know that every last Wednesday of the month, you are all meeting. And you have an additional responsibility of the MNE plan, because now you must also develop a monitoring, evaluation, and reporting tool for higher education, so that you are all reporting with a standardized template, so that whoever is going up is reporting on behalf of all of you, with you knowing that you are part of that process. So I just wanted to emphasize that. And then the rest of the student community, they'll be meeting in whatever groupings every Wednesday. But on the last Wednesday, you must meet as that 6 coordinating committee to take the programs and put them into the MNE framework. So I just wanted to emphasize on that.
Thank you, Dr. Matome. Right, can we give one last round of applause to our 4 panel members as they exit? Thank you very much. We're moving straight ahead. We have one of our panel members that is not present here, and it is the one, Mr. Lindsay Lewis. I'm going to ask the other 3 to please come to the stage now, as I will be reading out their names. Mr. Sahula. Is Mr. Sahula with us? Please come to the stage. Mr. Muhammad Ali. Is it Miss Klubikazi? Miss Klubikazi. And then at the same time as well, I would like to call Mr. Anele to come to the stage as well. What is going to happen in this session, after each presentation, we will hold on to those questions and we will park it. And when we come back from lunch, we'll be able to continue with the discussion. I'm going to now hand over to Mr. Sahula. Yeah, have a seat, please. Yeah. Do you want to sit and speak, or yeah? Okay.
Yeah, I think it's okay. Yo. Kamako. I am Ayabonga Saula, current senior peer educator under Bellville campus. I am a diversity champion under the disability unit in Bellville campus. I'm a former RSA by conditions that some know, that some don't know. But today I was given a task, quite a difficult task, if you ask me, to talk about the types of abuses that men in general are subjected to. I do want to apologize and deviate a little bit because of the fact that the topic itself needs more days than 1 day, and it has been said before. I will open with a quote that says, "The uncustomary approach to the problems of society is foregrounded by the assumption that experience is in the heads of persons, and the thinking subject has no other alternative but to base their own views based on their own experience." As many speakers have said, they agree with the quotes. I don't agree with this one. Because while experience is important, I think it is also important that when we are discussing these issues, we also put in consideration the sense of knowing, the sense or the ability of observation. I think many speakers have come forward today to speak about abuse, not because they were abused before, but because they have the ability and the sense of observing, knowing, and caring. I wanted to talk about 4 points, but I will only base this whole submission of mine to 1 point, which is something that has been discussed more thoroughly today, the missing element of father figurity or fatherhood in our societies, household included. You are going to find out that there are 2 categories of children who grow up without fathers. There's that category that is of a child whose father died, which is unfortunate. But then there is another category which we know, that's of a person whose father is still alive but is not contributing to the well-being of the child. Now let's focus on the son, because today is men's conference. It is close to impossible to become a man that is going to contribute importantly to the society if you yourself are a victim of fatherhood absenteeism. Now, I used victim with an intellectual intention of bringing your focus to the fact that young men who grow up without fathers are in fact victims. Borrow me 2 minutes of your time, because I will try to explain a bit why I think that they are victims. Or maybe why would we say that they are abused in a way? Right. When does fatherhood absenteeism in the son's life becomes a seedbed of abuse? It becomes a seedbed of abuse because, one, I'm going to choose a girl, or I'm going to date a girl, and then during dating her, she's gonna fall pregnant with my child, and then I'm gonna leave. Then that child grows with her alone. And then while this child is growing in the society or in the family ecosystem, he is going to be told that you need to grow faster because you need to be a man, because there's no man in the household. Now the child is going to suffer from the pressure of the familial pressure that he's finding himself in the household, and the societal pressure that he's going to find at the exterior of his ecosystem or household. Now, what is the drawback in this? The drawback in this is such that these young men are victims because they suffer psychological and emotional strain of growing up without fathers. Now, let's take this from a Pan-African context or point of view, that one needs to grow up with their father present. The reason for that, really, there are African or Afrocentric philosophies and guidelines that we need to pass through to the next generation. And those guidelines and philosophies are those that if you do not have them, you are not going to have the memory bank of being a man. Now, it would be difficult for us to define what is a man if we think universally or American way of thinking. But if we then bring it to Africa, I think it's going to be a bit easier because we're going to understand the conditions and the environment in which men in Africa grow in. So it would not be wise to actually try and define a man according to maybe America or whatever other country or continent outside of Africa. Right. Before I close, I would like us to argue whether or not is it a blessing to be exposed early, or early exposure, is it a blessing or is it a curse? I would submit that it is a curse. The reason it is a curse, it is because of the analogy that I've made of a young man who grows up without a father and therefore cries to the pressures that he gets because now he has to provide, he has to be a man and. But now, the assumption that would be wrong if we are to make it is that of a child who grows with a father in the household and think or perceive that this child is going to be a great man because he grew up with his father, which is not true. Because you're going to find out that in these households, the mothers who are mothers to these young boys are also abused by the fathers these young boys prefigure as fathers. Now it becomes interesting because now the father was the one abusing, and therefore if I prefigure my father as my role model or my father figure, then I'm going to say, oh, it is actually right to say one word and then after it's impama and linqindi and stuff. It becomes important to interrogate, Chief, the question that you asked, whether or not these biblical lessons that we get almost every Sunday or on TV, are they still relevant? It is also important to interrogate whether or not ukuyentabeni nokwaluka is still relevant. While those two are equally relevant today, while those two questions are equally relevant today, I think it is also important that I do not be the one who answers them, but we become the panelists that are going to try and redefine those questions. Going to the end, I wanted to ask a question. Is man a sense of being or a sense of becoming? Because at times, well, for those that conform to the Ijani philosophy, you would now guess that in order for you to qualify fully or completely be Ijani, you need to go through an initiation process, which I respect and love. Because magoluk. But the problem is that within that philosophy and that system, we've got men who perceive themselves as men because they've got a penis. But within themselves and by themselves, they do not have the brains to think, but the penis to think. And then it becomes a problem because they're going to teach umkweta that when you go back home, this is what you have to do. And you find out that as Ntwana, when they come back from mountain, they are going to go after our sisters, trying to prove how men or how real men they are. Which comes to the next point. Let's really interrogate this notion or narrative of what is a real man, as if there are men who are Hong Kong from Hong Kong. It's a problem. I think what we can go home with today is an understanding, or rather a question, of what is the responsibility of men who have been to universities and colleges. Why am I saying this? Because we are the most exposed to maybe even policy making. Because I think yesterday there was a communication about pregnancy policy that we have to comment on, which is problematic. Why do we have to write emails when we are talking about issues of policy? Let's sit down and engage on these things. But talking about the issues of policy, I think we qualify as students or as people who have been to universities and colleges to actually critically engage with each other here and then go out and learn, or in fact and teach those ones that have never gotten an opportunity to be here. Now, in closure, I would say we are all implicated, whether or not you are abusing, whether or not you're raping, you are all implicated, because the moment you keep quiet about it, then it means that you are stealing the decency of our communities. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Sahula. Let's move over to the title of the presentation, Sport and Recreation in Relation to Health and Wellness. Mr. Muhammad Ali. Check for me.
Thank you, Program Director. A very good afternoon to everybody present, all protocols observed. I am Muhammad Ali from the Sport Department. I was asked to come to this particular conference today and just share a few words of wisdom in relation to sport and recreation with reference to general wellness. I think before I go on to the definition of the topic and spend a lot of time in and around that, I think just reading the audience, and especially that I know that many of you are rushing towards the end of the day and you're focusing on filling that empty tummy of yours. I think we're all looking forward to lunch. I just want to engage you actively just for a short period of time, so I'll keep my presentation as concise as I possibly can. I believe that hindsight is one of the best gifts that anybody can give you. If you knew what you know now 10 years ago, you would have made different decisions in your life. But moving forward, it's the same that applies. Many of us sit here with, and you see, I've got the salt and pepper, lots of experience behind me. Likewise with me. If I knew now what I knew, if I knew 10 years ago what I knew now, if I knew 20 years ago what I knew now, I would have made different decisions. So when I stand here, or so sit here and I share my wisdom with you, it's also lessons that I reflect onto myself. Many of us sit in and around spaces. We look at people, not necessarily the elderly, but also young people now, who are dependent on pills for wellness. They're dependent on tablets and medication. They are on chronic treatment. And it's from decisions that were made prior. And if we look back, there are various things that we could have done differently to change and to shape our lives in the future. Now, if I look at the topic sport and recreation in terms of wellness, there are different categories of sport and recreation. So I don't want you to misconstrue this as me talking to you here about, I know there's a gentleman that spoke about the fourth best team in South Africa, Sundowns. I think when you look at sport in general, you get sport in a competitive sense, and you get sport in a recreational sense. Now, having said that, my job today is to express to you the importance of sport in your general lives, not necessarily sport in a competitive sense. That's for the experts that look at high performance and various other areas around sport that will assist you in getting into Bafana and other teams of national levels. But my job today is to express to you what I think the best methods are in terms of incorporating exercise into your lives on a daily basis, on a weekly basis, on a monthly basis, on an annual basis, to assist you in dealing with alleviating the stresses of both physical and psychological issues that you are maybe possibly currently experiencing or you will experience in the future. I walk past the kiosks and I see people eating a lot of unhealthy foods. They're very tasty now, but in time to come, they will have an impact on your lives. Foods that will have an impact on your lives in terms of cholesterol, in terms of diabetes, and various other diseases that you may face in future. Now, having said that, I think for me, the job here is to express to people that we live in an environment where exercise is accessible to you. And I know many of you think that when we talk about exercise, we're talking about going to the gym, we're talking about joining an aerobics group, being out there in the open. But COVID has also taught us something very interesting, that you can conduct exercises in the space of your own room. Technology is out there for you to download apps so that you can exercise in your own little space. The social interaction is important, so where it is accessible to you, by all means, get out there and join the gyms, go out there and join clubs that have social interaction from time to time. As students, you have access to residence leagues, residence competitions, and we're hoping that in future that there's an expansion of other activities, not just activities on the level of the physical, but also the non-physical and the intellectual level. So having said all of this, I think for me, I want to also express that when you look at the university community in general, we have some spaces where it's easily and freely accessible. We have other areas where it's not necessarily accessible. And what we've found in general is that where there is a lack of physical activity, the behavior that we're talking about, the violent behavior, the erratic behavior is prevalent. It's on an increase. And where we find that students are actively involved in physical activity, interaction, social interaction, then we find that there's generally a lesser prevalence of that type of behavior. Exercise has many benefits. And the South African Sports Medicine Association promotes the aspect of exercise as medicine. And the sport physicians have found that there is a profound impact on exercise in reducing illness. And some of the illnesses that we're talking about is obesity, we talk about issues of diabetes, and you'll find that in a lot of cases, when you go and visit the doctor, whether you're visiting the psychologist or you're visiting the general physician, the first thing that they will prescribe to you is exercise. Because exercise relieves stress. Stress is a fantastic killer. If you want to be killed, if you want to destroy yourself, allow yourself to be subjected to stress and not deal with that stress. People who are behaving erratically generally have pent-up energy, and you want to get rid of that pent-up energy. Exercise is the best way to do that. So that is why you'll find that when you visit the sport physician, you visit the psychologist, all these clinical experts, they all prescribe exercise, moderate exercise. I'm going to repeat that, moderate exercise. It doesn't mean that we want you to train every day like an Olympic athlete. They want you to start incorporating little programs into your space. Go for a walk, increase the volume of your mileage. You know, you've got on your phone this little app that pops up every time you start up your phone. It says your target today is 6,000 steps. It's there for a reason, because the cell phone companies also realize that you always, you're stuck on your phone. So wellness is an important aspect of your regular functioning. And if you are struggling with your wellness, you will not function as an individual. You will have psychosocial issues within your life. I always say, and this is what I want to leave you with, I always say moderation. Moderation is by far the most important balance in your life. Because if you do everything in moderation, then you will have balance. If you are planning to be a successful businessman and you focus exclusively on your business and you focus exclusively on making money, you'll go in daily, on a daily basis, and focus on your business aspects. You will neglect other aspects of your life. You are potentially a father. You are potentially a breadwinner in the family. However, there are other aspects of your family life that will suffer because you're hardly ever there. Who is going to lead your kids? Someone spoke earlier on about the fact that we as fathers need to take the lead. So if you don't have that balance and you are solely focused on one aspect and you are overdoing that aspect in your daily routine, in your weekly routine, then you'll find that there are other aspects of your life that definitely will suffer. So moderation is key. Variety is the spice of life. So try as far as possible not to stick to just one physical activity. Find other aspects of it so that it doesn't become monotonous, it doesn't become an addiction. If you're doing the same thing all the time, you become fixated on it, you try to master it, and when you've mastered it, then you continue obsessing over it, then it becomes another disease. So it's key that whatever you take from me, you understand that the aspect of doing what you need to do on a daily basis, not just exercise, but doing what you need to do on a daily basis must be through moderation. Those of you who are preparing for exams, you'll know that when you procrastinate for a long time, the opposite result is that you'll end up burning the midnight oil trying to cram all your work into one night. Okay? So that's why we ask, please, whatever you do, get into the habit of structuring your day, structuring your week, and committing to things that you are able to commit to. Do not overcommit to things. Okay? So having said a mouthful, I just want to say that it was an honor for me to get the opportunity to express a few words to you. I come from an environment where I've been at various universities, I've worked at various universities, and what we found is that the university where there is a promotion of physical activities is the university where the students have the most balanced lives. And I think CPUT has got, in terms of skill and in terms of potential, some of the best sportsmen in the country. I think we need to exploit that. However, I must say this here again. The opportunity is in your hands. You need to go out there and you need to make the best of the opportunities that are presented to you. And with those words, I leave you. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Ali. I'm going to hand over now to the topic of men as partners on gender equality on an allyship by Ms. Klubikazi.
Okay, thank you, everyone. I'm so cold, you guys will have to excuse me if I'm a little bit jittery. My name is Klubikazi Njobane. I am an exercise science specialist. I'm also a sports conditioning trainer and a period poverty activist. So as a period poverty activist, I advocate for women and children and all menstruators to have access to free pads, or at least have access to ways to manage the menstruation. Sorry, I'll switch between English and Xhosa. So I come from the Mina Foundation, and we donate menstrual cups to menstruators, and we predominantly go to poor areas. Do you guys know about the menstrual cup? You guys do. That's awesome. So for those that don't know about a menstrual cup, it's an alternative to pads and tampons, and it lasts a minimum of 5 years, but it can last for 10 years if you take really good care of it. So our aim is to try and keep girls in school, first of all, but also to give sustainable solutions to young girls. So looking at my topic, I thought I would break it up into two, right? So if we're looking at equality, we are looking at opportunities, we are looking at access, right? So those kids in some areas that we go to are dropping out of school at the age of 15, which is about grade 9. So the highest dropout is grade 9. How old is a girl when she starts her period? What's the earliest age? 9 years old, ne? So, and 7, someone said 7. So we've met girls as young as 8 or 9 years old, they've started their periods. So imagine if for 7 years as a child, you don't have a safe and clean way to manage your period. We've been to areas where girls are using cow dung, millie cobs, banana leaves, newspapers, as well as plastics as a way to manage their period. Now, one of the issues that we're facing is that no one is looking at period poverty as a human rights issue, right? They are separating menstruation from all the other human rights issues and are not putting it under the same umbrella. So it's not getting the attention and it is not being addressed correctly. So, looking at how men can contribute to the conversation and to the work that we do is, number one, men are the leaders and providers in our communities, but most importantly, they are the biggest decision makers. So men sit in parliament, they sit in Upper University, but they are not making decisions that are are giving positive feedback to menstruators. For example, if your sister is on her period, right, or your wife or your girlfriend, you give support to that person, right, because they are close to you intimately. But then you go and sit in a boardroom and you're not supporting a menstruator that is working for you, under you. Menstruators don't get days off during that time of the period, and there's many conditions under that umbrella. So I think instead of just speaking about it, men should be actively making decisions, putting in policies that will support women, that will support period poverty and eradicating period poverty. Thank you.
Thank you. Right, so those are our three panel members. People, we will now also go straight into the topic of finding our role as men in society by Mr. Anele, who's from the National Association for Student Development Professionals. Mr. Anele, over to you.
Thank you, Program Director. Why is there no one clapping for me? Yeah, no, thank you very much. I was intimidated there. Thank you very much, Program Director, and good afternoon, colleagues. Everyone was greeted. I would like to say protocol observed. As a National Association for Student Development Practitioners, we would like to look at things differently, because as the word of the organization says, we are professional student development practitioners. So we work largely with student leaders within the higher education spaces. Earlier, there's a colleague who said this is the very first men's conference that is happening within the universities. I'm not sure, maybe by magnitude or whatever, I'm not sure. But I do know that currently there are members of NASDEV who are in Walter Sisulu University, and who are, currently the collaboration is Walter Sisulu and UFS, University of Free State. It's happening between the first and the third. Fort yes did have theirs. The Nelson Mandela University has what they call Ubuhlanti, the crawl, which happens almost every other weekend, which actually is similar to what I witnessed for the first time, and I'm very worried. Maybe I'm the one who's ignorant when I saw the one of Amachita being in CPUT, because this is what we need to actually discuss these issues. So I'm venturing into these ones because as NASDEV, we work with, as student developers, we want to work in small scale so that by the time you get to a level where leaders are produced, because we are saying if you want a better society in the future, we work with your leadership and your leaders where it's in the space that you are in. And a leader by definition is not necessarily someone who has a position or who is holding a position. Anyone who has an influence, because leaders do have either power or influence. So you can have those ones, whether it's in your residences or wherever, who are not necessarily holding any position of power, but they are actually the ones who are telling the ones who are in power what to do. So this particular conference comes at the back of a very successful conference that we've had as NASDEV, called the Women in Leadership, which, by the way, is one of the successful conferences that we have annually. So when we got the invite to attend this particular one, we said as NASDEV, we welcome it with both hands, and we do actually think that we must incorporate it into our programs. But in order to get to that, we must get the Amachita, because if you have initiatives like Amachita in our institutions and stuff, the room must be half full with the participants of that particular forum. It must start there. And then you know that this particular structure is there and is functioning. So if I were to say now, where are the participants of this particular structure, please stand up. I don't want to say that now, because there might be no one standing up, and I don't want to preempt as well. Part of having these conferences is to have uncomfortable discussions, and I've been listening to colleagues and comments as I was sitting in a particular corner here in the room, and we must start taking these things seriously, because when I started sharing to colleagues that I'm coming to a men's conference, people were asking, not even necessarily colleagues or even people that I'm interacting with, people were saying, Is it the men's conference? That's because the men's conference that is known to everyone is the one of Valentine's Day, where we are saying men must not, don't sell us out, you know. So it's taken as a joke, you know, when we are discussing issues of men. But this one is I told them that this one is a very serious one. Is discussing the serious issues of men finding their roles in society. We are in a space where men are a boy child is left alone in this current juncture. Even if you can look at nationally, all the programs that we are going to see that are happening nationally are pro-women. Even gender-based violence is now like female-based violence, like one speaker said earlier. One lady who was presenting in UCT last week even said, I will ask you an uncomfortable question and say, what if the gender-based violence is rising because men are not equipped enough in this current day and time, and all the energy is being driven towards women, putting men in a space of saying, oh, okay, so you are not equipping me now to be able to take me out, to take myself out of a specific situation, you know. You are not equipping me. So the best way for me to take myself out of a situation is doing what the one comment from the floor came, because as men, when we grow up, we don't argue. You will see, even if those who go to clubs and stuff, when you go out, you argue once, twice in the it's a feast, it ends there. But with women, it's talk, you know, and it's all there. But we are not there. So one of the things that we identified, because when we shared these experiences in this leadership space, especially the leadership, it was mentioned by the leaders as well. I'm happy that it was mentioned. There were about 5 SRC members, presidents nationwide, who were arrested for rape. But you can't necessarily get to the bottom of that, obviously, and find why is this person engaging in such. But one of the things is that sometimes you find a boy from Ngobo, like myself, very poor, no one respects them in the family or anything, comes to CPUT, first year, second year, I'm elected, I'm SRC secretary or whatever. All of a sudden I have power. What do I do with that power? You know? What do I do with this power now? Because I'm coming from a society where no one respected me, no, a family is not. But now, whatever I say goes. I'm in this space now. So we are looking at working towards men, towards that direction. So I'll leave by saying this was affirmed by there's a lady who wrote a book. Her name is Chimananda Ngozi Adichie. She says, but by far the worst thing we do to males by making them feel they have to be hard is that we leave them with very fragile egos. The harder a man feels compelled to be, the weaker ego he is. And this talks to what some colleagues said earlier about indoda must. Now we have a situation where indoda must do everything, and it was a conflicting topic at UCT. Where at one end you want a 50-50, but at one end there is an indoda must. So how do we navigate around that? But I'll depart by saying, taking off the NASDEV cap now and wearing a cap of a CPUT employee. By the time I leave this venue, I would love to have an interaction with the people who are in charge of that forum, Amachita, so that we do this thing in our residences, because what we are seeing here, I mean, if you are in CPUT, Belleville campus particularly, the community here, 90% of it is resident students. So if you do your work there, you are actually combating a lot of things moving forward. Thank you very much, Chairperson.
Thank you very much, Mr. Anele. So we have come to the second part of the panel discussion. Phone on mute or silent, please. We are now going to break for lunch, everyone, and we are supposed to resume here at 3:15. Mr. Dumiso has asked me whether we can leave row by row. I believe that we'll be starting with the first row. Dumiso? Yeah, there we go. So sound at the back, a little bit of music whilst the exit row by row when we come back at 3:15. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Your tablet? Yeah, just a little bit. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. And I must, is the mic on? No, I'm saying I must steal your skill of summarizing.
indlebe yami siyavakala kodwa ndifina mthanyana kusonakala. Ndihamba nomathunywa avume njengempaka yomthakathi. Umahlala enqabeni njengenkosi yomlambo. Ugabulukweni izembe lentshengula. Ndim lo usindwa incindi yosiba. Apho ndidibene khona nephetshana incindi yosiba ndayityekeza. Kubenza bobubi xa nisitsho kanje uvalo liyangongoza. Bona baphila ngokusinqonyoza ngoncumo lwabo luhamba nokunyonyoza. Andibufuna ubuqotha-qekili. Njengenje bonohili ixoki ndiyalikhonkotha. Ndingaqoqodisa namagqala wokubhala ngelisiba ndiyagangatha. Amanyange andandisela ekubhaleni. Xa ndisondla intsapho ngombongo kumbombozelo ndlebe zikhanyelanga. Kusadula intombi yomXhosa. Bayizelo mama kungqisha namaxheko. Ndim lo usindwa incindi yosiba. Nto nje ke namhlanje andizisanga mbongo ndizise nje umyalezo ndimthunyele lisiba. Kubuhlungu ukuba yindoda. Ndiza kunaba ke ndiza kuba ngiqaqaqa. Enhliziyweni nam sendophele. Incukumiseko kakade indongamele. Kubuhlungu ukuba indoda. Andiqhathanisi intlungu zamabhinqa nezamadoda. Ukuba singayeka isikhalo sendoda ukuba imfitshi-mfitshi. Hleze lingehla nezinga lokuxhatshazwa komama. Unimamelisise. Lamazwi wam ke zwetyise. Abakwantsasana bagigitheka isiqhazolo. Mhlindoda ivula icala lebhinqa. Kubuhlungu ukuba indoda. Andiqhathanisi intlungu zamabhinqa nezamadoda. Siyazidinga ingcali, siyazidinga ingcaphephe. Sidinga ingcebiso ezikwizinga eliphezulu. Ingcinga ziyakhula nengaphakathi elityumkileyo. Ze kungenele libhinqa njengenaliti kuloo intliziyo liyosele. Indoda idibe nesigqurhu de kufika umhla wokudikwa kwayo. Oko ke ayisiko kukhuthaza kuxhatshazwa komama. Koko nje kukuthi iziganeko maziphoselwe imehlo kwiinkalo ngeenkalo. Kubuhlungu ukuba indoda. Andiqhathanisi intlungu zamabhinqa nezamadoda. Ukuba singayeka isikhalo sendoda ukuba imfitshi-mfitshi. Hleze lehle nezinga lobundlobongela. Unimamelisise. Lamazwi wam ke zwetyise. Namhla akusafani nasendulo. Ufuthe lemali lusifaka kolunzima uxinzelelo. Indoda ithi yakufixiseka kulo mgxobhozo woxinzelelo. Iingcinga zixananaze igxabhagxabhisa ukuthatha isigqibo. Eso sigqibo ke ibe kukwaphula umthetho ngenjongo yemali ekhawulezileyo. Oko ke ayisiko kukhuthaza ubundlobongela. Koko kukuthi iziganeko maziphoselwe imehlo kwiinkalo ngeenkalo. Masibe mlomo omnye madoda. Masinqinelane ngobudoda boqobo. Nathi siyaziva intlungu noxa siqinisa imihlathi. Ameva nathi ayahlaba noxa lethi igazi limpompozela ngaphakathi. Abantu indoda echelekileyo bayithela nqa. Ewe kuyacaca sendoda isikhalo asivakali. Ndoda ndiyakuqangaza. Ngeli gama ndiyakubongoza. Inxeba lenye indoda uzungalihleki. Ukubetheka nemizamo yayo uzungayideli. Nansi into itsho ngokubhalwa nguAphelele Mxenge. Enkosi.
We thank Mr. Aphelele Mxenge. I think we should give him a round of applause once again. Well done. Ladies and gentlemen, because of time, we are going to skip the question and answer period that we are meant to have. However, those who wish to engage are encouraged to send through their questions, and they will be compiled together as part of the report of this conference, and you will get your individual feedback based on the comments or questions that you will be raising through the channel that you should be, and I think it will be made available as we leave today. But we proceed with the conference, and now we enter into our last session for today, and that will be the handing out of certificates to certain individuals that will be receiving some sort of awards from the institution. But to tell us more on these awards, I would like to invite our Deputy Vice Chancellor, Dr. David Paho, who is the Deputy Vice Chancellor for Research, Technology, Innovation, and Partnerships. Over to you, sir.
Thank you. Program Director, Mr. Nanto, our Vice Chancellor in absentia, Professor Balkaran, our DVC for Learning and Teaching, eminent panelists, Mr. Boy, I see you, honored guests, ladies and gentlemen. Today, at this juncture, we are here to also acknowledge those inspiring men at CPUT and provide them a platform to shine in recognition of the positive example they set. As an institution, an integral part of the wider and diverse community, we have an obligation to acknowledge men who have made a difference in our society. The importance of this cannot be overemphasized. Program Director, from Kenya to Brazil, from Australia to the People's Republic of China, our world is faced with a myriad of challenges. When we are active combatants in the global fight against gender-based violence, child abuse, and other social ills of society, our country status is enhanced manifold. The economy grows, standards of living improve as women and children feel safe to venture out into the wider world to make a difference and make a contribution, rather than live in fear of violence and abuse. The organizers of this event requested nominations of students for the conference who they would like to recognize and celebrate for their excellence, talent, as well as their positive contribution to the CPUT community and beyond our fence line. Today, we will showcase these exemplary students by giving them certificates as a small token of acknowledgement. Furthermore, they will be profiled through our social media platforms. In a troubled world, the giants we are honoring today serve as a countervalence force to the naysayers who says that we as a country are a lost cause. Leadership, and indeed greatness in leadership, is an orphan of agency. It comes to the fore when we need it the most. Greatness only emerges when we need it the most, in times of crisis and great societal challenges. And I think the better part of today, it was acknowledged that we as a society are faced with immense challenges. We are faced with a multitude of challenges where gross inequality, poverty, and unemployment only exacerbates the unacceptable level of violence and criminality that bedevils our country. The men of the hour we are saluting today heeded the call to action to find a way to be positive role models in our university and broader society. We are privileged today to be the herald of multitudes across this great institution to acknowledge them. The 7 nominations were received, and today we will celebrate and acknowledge these individuals who stand tall among their peers. It is hoped that acknowledging them would also serve as motivation for all of us to try to do better for our university, community, and the broader society. Well done, colleagues, and continue in your valiant efforts to make this country better. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Doc. I'll ask now if Prof. Balkaran, if you can come forward. Dr. Kuhle Zwakala, you are okay, still here, and also Mr. Chris Williams, if you guys can come forward. We will need your assistance with handing over of the certificates that Doc just read the purpose of. If you can just stay, even if you stand here, it's fine. Okay, so before we start, I'll just briefly call out the nominees that we had and who the person was nominated by. So the first person was nominated by Khuneli Luto, and the nominee's name is Asemahle Mgai. Asemahle is a young, humbled man who hails from King Williamstown in Devon location. He's passionate about netball, and as such, he takes it upon himself to develop and guide youngsters who inspire to be good netball players. Asemahle is a former captain of the inaugural CPUT Males netball team. He is the current head coach for CTH netball team and has led the team to be champions of the 2022 Easter Tournament, September Mini Olympics, Res Leagues, UCT League, and 2023 Easter Tournament Championships. Asemahle was also selected to be part of the Under-23 Western Cape Province Cape Town Netball Federation's males first team to partake at the national championship. As the captain, he led the team to victory and was further selected to be part of the Netball South Africa Under-23 national teams. Asemahle Mgai, are you here? So you can come this side, and then you will pass through that side to get your certificate. Cool, well done. And then moving along, we have a nominee that was nominated by Vuyiswa Qindi by the name of Alalisani Ndebele, who was substantiated as follows: is a humbled young man and a resourceful man. He is the current House Committee chairperson and is doing a wonderful job in leading the residents and creating programs that will enhance students' understanding of diversity. He is part of the queer community. So, Halalisani, are you here? Okay. Most likely they're outside or they ran away or they're shy of you guys. The third person rather, again was nominated by Khuneli Luto, and their name is Hlompo Mosho Mosho. Hlompo is a second-year student who likes to always lend a helping hand to his fellow students. Since March this year, Hlompo has been running a food security program with City Edge residents where he would collect donation for food and toiletries to hand over to needy students who doesn't have funding. Hlompo was also selected as secretary of the House Committee and also plays for the City Edge soccer team. Hlompo, are you here? And then we have a nominee from the student counseling from Anislia. The nominee was Ulilita Bakumeni. Lilita is one of our student counseling peer and is always willing to assist whenever needed. He is good at coming up with ideas and implementing them. A good team player. Lilita, are you here? Well done, Lilita. And then the second last one rather, comes from the Business and Information Department within the Faculty of Business and Management Sciences. It was nominated by Mandy Richard, and the person being nominated is Mihlali Makubalo. Mihlali has consistently demonstrated leadership qualities and has engaged with students empathetically, acknowledging their challenges, yet providing them with motivation and inspiring them to achieve their objectives. During the COVID pandemic, Mihlali was supportive not only to his peers and students whom he tutored and mentored, but also to lecturers. He has been a class representative in each level of his studies. He has been a tutor and is currently a teacher's assistant. He uses his initiative to find solutions to challenges and not shy away from adversity. Not only does he engage with his peers, he's also a beacon of light, and as he embodies the very many qualities which we hope all young men can portray and by which can live their lives. These qualities Mihlali demonstrates will create a ripple effect and serve as inspiration for other young men. Mihlali, quietly yet confidently, exudes positivity and is celebrated as he makes hope contagious. Mihlali, are you around? Well done. And then our last recipient of the CPUT Men's Conference Inspiring Young Men was nominated by Nobuhle Lupondo from the Management and Project Management Department. The nominee's name is TJ Farmer. Mr. TJ Farmer has been the class rep in our diploma from first year, and now he's doing his third year level. He has excellent interpersonal skills. He knows how to work with others. He can relate to his peers well. He was also appointed as a tutor for BCA. He actually volunteered to tutor the BCA subject. TJ can influence others in a positive way. TJ Farmer, are you around? Okay. There we go. Thank you very much. And then our last nominee was submitted by Nonhlanhla Ndabeni, who nominated Abigail Matonsi. Yeah, we're getting there. We're getting there. His passion and love to serve students, he goes an extra mile to support junior peer educators. He's dedicated and goal-driven. He's a musician and excels in all that he does. Abel Matonsi. Well done. And then, Kaume Ludwe, Kaume. Thank you very much. Thank you. While we are still in the spirit of being jubilant and celebrating, I will ask that the choir, if they can please bless us with an item once again before we end. But we are approaching the end of our program and we left about with 10 minutes and then we'll be out of here. So choir, over to you. Yeah. They're not really guys. No.
Making max.
But they're not really guys. Hey, ayacula madodana, angikhimele niwazame amaqabane. You know, that is actually my favorite form of music, choral music. There's just something so powerful when people come together and they just sing using their voices with no instrument. I saw even the DVCs were tapping and they were shaking their heads. I was like, yeah, ibafumene, yeah. We will now continue. We're nearing the end of our program for today. And before I call Utumisho forward, I just want to quickly pass this, that we need to applaud sometimes where credit is due. The Department of Student Affairs in this institution does really great work. And I'm not excluding the Center for Diversity. But I think we need to sometimes give credit where it's due. The Department of Student Affairs gives so much support to student structures. It gives support to arts and culture. And it is alive in this institution, and CPUT continues to produce really well-established people within that Department of Arts and Culture into the world. We've produced musicians, we've produced poets, we've produced actors who've gone out and made name for themselves. Most recently, we had the CPUT Debate Society, which was participating at nationals. We call it nationals, but the name is actually Southern African National Universities Debating Championships. And this year's was hosted at the Nelson Mandela University. So it's the SADC region, and you'll find that sometimes there are participants from the Northern African countries, with a few exceptions to the international community. And their CPUT did exceptionally well as well. Our teams broke and they made it into finals. The fourth best adjudicator in the SADC region comes from CPUT. Uthandi Ndlovu. I saw she was here somewhere, but in the morning, she was somewhere here. She is currently the fourth best judge adjudicator in the entire SADC region. And she also competed against some of the top North African countries, universities that is, and she comes from here. Those are the works of the DSA, the support that the DSA gives to our students through student formation, societies, etc. So big ups, and we hope, even with this male choir that we're seeing here, more support and more attention will be given to them as well. And now I'll call one of the products of that office as well, of the department, Utumisho. Utumisho is an all-rounder as well. He's basically done everything that you can think of. But he is also a former peer ed, because I noticed that a lot of people are wearing peer ed jackets here. Some person, a gentleman spoke earlier on, can't see him now. He also said, oh, nanka. He also said he's a peer ed. He also spoke and he said that he's a peer ed. It's a department that also continues to do amazing work. And I think what has been done today is, for those who did not know, we have a lot of student programs and societies and structures that exist on campus. Please do join them. If you want to be part of the HIV and AIDS unit, speak to our student peer educators. If you want to be part of student counseling, there was one of the recipients here was from student counseling. Speak to our peer helpers. If you want to join the choir, speak to the choir members. If you want to join debate, teta nabotandi. You know, there's so much that's happening. There's also political formations that are also here. CPUT has so many opportunities for students. But unfortunately, our students don't utilize those opportunities and they don't grasp them. Besides sport, there is so much that you guys can do, which ultimately will also groom you as an individual and also as a leader. And it will benefit you and it will assist you grow as an individual ultimately as well. So Utumisho is one of those products of many of our structures, particularly that of the HIV and AIDS unit, and he will be our second last speaker for the day. But now he won't be speaking as a student leader or a member of any unit, but he will be speaking as the transformation coordinator for the Center for Diversity, Inclusivity and Social Change, which is operating under the office of the VC. Tumisho, over to you.
I'm overwhelmed today to even be standing here. I think it was a dream initially. Let me greet everyone who's present today. Protocol observed.
one gets to be matured through the process, and I've learned the process, as Luke has mentioned. And my task is not so easy as I thought, as I'm doing the way forward. And when one does a way forward, one tends to want it to suit them and sort of not the other person. And I've catched on a number of points shared by colleagues today, which I will not touch base on. The good thing is that this is live recorded. So I think anyone can go watch again and see where are the gaps again. When the idea came to have this sitting of a men's conference, one did not think or thought that it would reach such a climax. The heated, robust feedback or comments made by the participants shows that it was a need to be done. And to take from the speakers, I'm not going to reflect on that because we have already discussed on that actual point. But to save time, mine is not a simple task as I've made, is to provide a way forward. Where to from now? And I think with the question posed today as to how was this done, why is this done this way, and all of those things, one could tend to note that there was a reason for everything that was done today. Just a passing comment on inclusivity. I think we pride ourselves as CPUT that we are a very inclusive institution. We pride ourselves that we are very diverse even when it comes to programs. It won't suit us to say, let us identify and isolate people based on where they come from. And I think that is why we all are here, because there's intersectionality that we have, because one comes from a different background, one comes from a different social background that I was not maybe grew up from, and the main reason or the main concept about the theme which speaks to shaping our lived experiences and redefining our role as men in society came because of that. It came because there was a missing gap through the years, because you get that we've been doing many seminars and webinars for men, but there was never an outcome. There was never an outcome that we can point out and say that we have done this as CPUT men, that we have now say we have successfully done a program. That has not happened. So this is sort of redefining ourselves as men, and the space has females as well, and everyone included, because even Ukabelo made a comment say that, why is it not inclusive? And I told him that it's very inclusive because it's open for everyone, and everyone responded to the call. But where I'm trying to go to is that within our way forward, or within our approach in the men's program, is to say that we are having a men's forum, right? This is a proposition of a men's forum. Now, this will be an institutional level of a men's forum. Why am I saying institutional level? We have seen the VC present here today. We have seen EM members present here today. We have seen many various HODs and line managers present here today, showing that there is a sort of buy-in from executive management as well as management. Now, the call to students is sometimes, it doesn't move very well when the upper structures don't buy in. So today we have achieved a first phase of our task or our vision to say that we have given management where we stand when it comes to men's program and the importance of having men's programs. And then now they then are able to easily flow within us, because majority of management is men, led by men. So it means that it's easy for them to say that let us come in as a mentor to these young men. So for us to see the ideal CPUT men, we need the blueprint to come from who? From the head. So if the head does not give us the blueprint as students, it means that we can discuss as students, but we'll always be mixed in our emotions, because I come from Nyanga East Kasi, where I'm embraced being a gangster, and Uluto comes from King's Williamstown, where he's embraced being a church boy. So all of those different experiences that they've lived come in one space, but how do we shape them to become one? So this space of the men's forum will then create a platform where we're able to then voice out, where it's just men. I think I'm responding to some concerns that we can't open up. We want you to open up, because in the gist of our conversation is that let us create a safe space for men where they're able to sort of voice out their issues, where one can say that my voice is being heard, the brotherhood format of things, to say that if there's a father figure that I'm getting within CPUT, where the VCs or the DVCs are able to adopt me as their young man or young son, I am able to align myself then to easily to Vision 2030, because I'm seeing myself being included into the space. So these are the concerns which have been shared various years. I think when you talk about residencies as well as various faculties, you would note that even the nomination process was not sort of responded to well, because colleagues were not understanding how do we and identify inspiring young men. And that is another gap, because when the call was made for nomination in faculties and various DSA departments, you would know that colleagues saw that, let me not nominate anyone. Some did not respond. Some responded, and the ones who responded made it clear that they are meant to be celebrated, because we tend to not celebrate these young men doing various number of things within the institution. But today, I think it's a start of many celebrations for these young men, and I do acknowledge the 7 that were nominated, because all of them are linked in some form of way within DSA, which shows that what Luku was saying, that DSA plays its role when it comes to molding us. I am also a product. There are many various products within our space, but being a product does not end there. Do we then leave these ideals, aspects or attributes? I think just to sum what I'm trying to say is that let us have attributes which we can say that is a CPUT man. When I enter into a workspace, I was not molded to act like a Nyanga born kid, not disregarding Nyanga East, but I'm saying when I enter into that space, I enter into it and they're able to see Utumisho from a CPUT. They're able to see Uandile from a CPUT, because when you speak, you conduct yourself as an ideal CPUT man. Then in that space of the men's forum, we are then able to sharpen those things, because now everything is itesai, still demakar, nothing is put together. We are here to conceptualize how do we then move forward. So the way forward is still within the way forward, to say that to adopt to the men's charter that was shown today, how do you adopt to it? Because campuses have different dynamics. I was mostly in D6 for many years. When I came to Belleville campus, I saw that the way of operating in Belleville campus is different from D6. When you go to Mowbray campus, the ways of operating there is different. So how do we conduct ourselves to a men's charter that would suit the various campuses and be easily adopted? We did the men's pledge in 2018. Was it worth it? A part of it, yes, it was, because it was speaking to the new men at CPUT. But did we see those new men at CPUT when the cases are still reported? Which means there was not. So the brotherhood spaces are created through this space, not disregarding Amajita Men's program, as well as other programs within the institution, to say that let us all work in one. I think it was Ndumi so mentioning that you cannot work alone, because when you work alone, you will just do your thing alone. But when you work as a collective, you go far. And for us, it's to go far. For us, it's to respond to that. It is not a hit and run that you are doing. I think it's one thing I always mention when we enter into events, that we are not doing a tick box exercise. We need to be accountable. Hence, today, when we pave this way forward, you are able to come back again when we call you for a men's conference to say that we are not going there, because we did not see the outcomes of that men's conference. So I think we stand here to be accountable for that, and as well as to, I think Doc responded to it very well, that we need to have tangible outcomes. Tangible outcomes means that we are able to mentor these young men to be the next Tumishos, I would say. Because I put myself as an example before our young brothers, because those were the conversations in discussion groups within residences that were benefiting other men. When we had the all-male residence discussion at Hanover, there's one of the references we always put to say that men spoke about respecting women. And respecting women does not begin with respecting only your mom, but it begins to respecting any woman you see along the road. And also identifying myself that I am not just Utumishoka Kasno, I am Tumishoka Mam Kusela, I am Tumishoka of anyone who is within our space. So that is what we're trying to bring today, to see that we are not concluding on this ideal man, but we're saying that it is a continuous process, and a continuous process needs robust engagement. It needs those vocals that you gave today of saying that we are not seeing inclusivity. How can we make it inclusive of everyone? Those are the ideas we want. And I think one thing one can note is that, I'm just trying to get to, yeah. One thing one could note is that with the men's charter and with the POA shown by Dr. Khanaga, we are able to adopt to that how. Those 6 names are not to say that that is a conclusive, or we are concluded on it. No. We are saying that that is just to move the ball rolling, to get the ball rolling. Why? When we have our first sitting as a man, because the task is huge. As I sit here, like as I stand here, I am seeing a huge task, because we need to sit down, we need to find a date, we need to sit down as men of CPUT and conclude as to how do we then approach this, because all the contributions we are making will be linked to a certain level institutionally as well as externally. So We are trying to push to also partner with various number of stakeholders. You've seen your program, there's NASDEF mentioned there, as well as He for She, which is linked to UN Women, as well as NACOSA is also here, other partners like Sonke, Gender Justice, and various number of stakeholders. And I've also mentioned to Mr. Tsazi that I spoke with Mr. Maseko that the funding aspect needs to also enter into our conversation, because in as much as we can have these broad topics and ideas around pushing the men's program, but can we get the extra support from finances? So that is another approach that we are looking to follow as a way forward, to say that let us not complain about lack of funding, but let us push that we push the stakeholder engagement within our spaces as well as within residences, to push the narrative that men are there to make the change, as also they are there to also change themselves, because I need to unlearn a few things, because I cannot impose my way of growing up to anyone who's in the space. So I do acknowledge that, and as part of the way forward, it is one that the Men's Forum will then provide a guiding structure. It will provide an inclusion to respond that to people with disabilities, because we work directly with diversity champions, which they lead within the disability unit. It will also speak to the space open to everyone, the space fostering a part of us having a continuous engagement. Also, it is led by EM, which in the VC is leading it, because we have done what we have put of position, gender-based violence position statements across the various campuses. That's the next phase following this. We will do a call, we are working also with MCD, we will do a call where we put the banners to show that we are not just waiting for things to happen, but we are being proactive in the process, not to work for the 16 days of activism, but rather the institution is being proactive when it comes to dealing with issues, as well as putting these practical solutions in place. Then, in overall residences, as well as campuses, and well as faculties, and on and off campuses, I think some of the topics we didn't really touch on. And if you look at the program was very broad and very open to everyone, because it involved everyone from various spheres of life. And we sort of looked at it to sort of develop each other. So men were developed today, I was developed today, but I know that there is a gap that needs to be addressed. And as part of the way forward, I think our Men's Forum first meeting would foster that. And I do make a call that everyone who's present here today, especially the ones who have indicated that they want to be part of the Men's Forum, we would appreciate your contribution, your honest, robust contribution to say that, hey, Tumish, I think this thing is not needed here. I think this thing is needed, because we cannot influence policy without doing practical and tangible things. So I think it all goes towards that. And I'd like to acknowledge a few people as part, because Mr. Jacobs could not make it. He was here, but he sort of fell sick, so he couldn't make it to this last part of the program, which is the vote of thanks. It's to acknowledge, where's my program? It's to acknowledge the people within the program, and because as I mentioned that I'm very happy of what has happened today. I'm just hoping that everyone here is not going to sort of say that it was a boring event. There are evaluation forms that are given to you. You can just sign them off so that we can get the feedback as well. Mine is to first acknowledge the program director who has led the session very well. You know, with planning events, there were delays on our end. That is a back end things, but we managed to sort that out. But we acknowledge the program director, Mr. Nanto, as well as the facilitator we had, Mr. Clive Brown, for assisting us in this regard. I would also like to acknowledge the VC in absentia. The VC did pull his time to sort of be here. He's preparing for his leave, and he managed to say that, no, I will come and show face as well as attend the conference. And the EM as well, when I acknowledge the VC, I acknowledge the EM. Prof. Bakaran, when I received the confirmation that you are coming, I was like, this is what I want. This is what you need to see from EM. And I acknowledge you and Dr. Pau, as well as other EM members in support, because we know that when you run an institution, many meetings happen, and there was a clash in meetings, but we do acknowledge EM to show that they are showing support. And Professor Emma was also here, and she had to step out because of meetings. But I do acknowledge the executive management as well as various directors who are present here today. The people in the program, you know, I've been communicating with you offline in various number of spaces. I do acknowledge each and every one of you. It means that you have prepared for your topic. It was very open because the topic was not policed to you to say that you are just stick to that. No, but it was saying that put it according to how you feel it needs to be addressed. And I liked each and every one, so you did contribute towards the program. Unomumbia did not shoot me alone, she shoot all of us. I also would like to acknowledge Unomumbia, the poet, who is now going to another event. I also like to give a special acknowledgement to Mr. Ndumiso Matubela. I think when we spoke, you did get me that I was trying to give you the overview of where we come from. And I think even the VC did touch on where we come from and where we are currently. So I think we do need to applaud ourselves as CPUT to say that we are making those strides, we are making that difference, even though it won't be a pace that one would want to see, but there's a start. I do acknowledge you and Nakosa for that. You personally and Nakosa, because I think you played your part as well there. I would like to also acknowledge Dr. Hanaga and give thanks to you. You made your time, and when you say that you just want flights, you don't want anything else, that to us showed that that is leadership. We were under budget, but that is another talk for another day. But you managed to say that, no, it's not an issue, I'll just come. And we do give thanks to you. I do want to acknowledge NASDEF as well. We thank you, NASDEF, for sending in the representative. There was one from UCT who also came in. So we do have to acknowledge NASDEF for that effort, because this way forward also links to you, because we'll be working together moving forward. I would also like to give thanks to each and everyone in the program, from panel discussions, your points, the way you've conducted yourself within the sitting. I do understand there were certain comments due to other unfavorable things within the program, but we do want to say thank you to each and everyone who came. I would like to extend the thanks to our team, MCD, who has made this also possible with the live recording as well as sound. We tend to forget you, colleagues. While I thank MCD, I want to thank Eugene's team or Jerome's team, who have been assisting the facility guys, ensuring that everything is in place when it comes to chairs and everything. I want to acknowledge DSA, HODs. I will not mention you all by names. You have all contributed financially and by your energy to this and its success. I want to also acknowledge CDISC, led by the acting director, Ms. Kuselwa. At least our office is very small, so I think I can mention. But not forgetting, when I say DSA, Umamnongosi was the one who wrote to Mr. Williams and Mr. Jeki, telling them that there is this, please fund it. And when they were told about this, they were like, hey, we've already got our plans, but we like the fact that you pulled through. And it shows leadership through you, Mama. So we do thank you for that one. A vote of thanks to the first aiders outside who have been supporting us. I think EMS has been really supporting us with the delays internally which we had with those transfers, as well as to thank the securities who came in and assisted us. We want to also thank the exhibitors. I will send a formal apology to them, because we had to do an interaction with them where we engage with the material that they've shared. But in the follow-up, I think the 2 days idea was correct. It's just that now we were just doing it so that we are able to say that we are done phase 1 of engagement, where we are and how we are moving. Then number 2, then it's when we are isolated as men in our own space. Then I would also like to thank Standard Bank, Songa Gender-Based Violence, Songa Justice, Ufundani. It's someone who wrote here, and it's a health screening colleagues, to thank them because they sent in disability unit as well as student counseling, the HIV unit, to give thanks to them as they sent exhibitors. I'm hoping that I did not miss any exhibitors. I would also like to extend the final thanks to the organizing team, led by Melanie N. Hara, the SGL from SGLD. Colleagues, we give thanks to your interns, Mel, and to all the interns who assisted, and to the peer educators who left at 9 yesterday assisting in this. We do have to express our gratitude towards them, because it could not be a success where you get all these people in this one place. And overall, thanks to each and everyone who's present here today. And thank you to Mark at the back there, who's our reporter. We are not just doing this, there's a reporter there at the back, so we do acknowledge you, Mark, as well. I think, Luku, I have now completed my task, and I think we can close it at that point. Thank you. Colleagues, there was just offline now, there was a point Mr. Jackie shared. He was supposed to do the vote of thanks. Mr. Jackie sent me a quote from the Bloodstone Music Group, and he attached the lyrics saying that, I want to bring something to your attention, something that you're probably overlooked, and that is a man can hurt just as hard and deep as you can. You see, I had a lady in past to hurt me real bad, and I needed someone to talk to in a very serious way. So I went to the best friend I had, and that was my mother. And she said, cry, you go on and you go on. You go on and cry, my son. Cry till your tears are done. I know it's hard for you to see. That was the lyrics that he shared from the Bloodstone Music Group. And he ended with the verse from Exodus 4, verse 21 to 26, saying, clearly indicate the women are capable and have a place in the kraal. Isiko is not a private property of males, end quote. That was from Mr. Sandile Jacobs, just as the parting words from him. Thank you so much, colleagues. Our colleagues, when they go outside, there's evaluation forms given out there, so when you leave, make sure you sign and leave by the registration table. Ne? Lutho kuthiwa ulanduze invite abantu wena ulanduze unominate abantu kuthiwa unominate abantu wedwa apha. Thank you, Clive. Clive, I'll arrange that item of yours to be delivered to you. Okay, all right. Thank you. Hey, Clive.
No problem. This you can throw away. And this as well. Yeah.